I'm so concerned by what that was. Okay, we move though. I'm sure it'll be fine. So.
You need to restart the stream.
Well, let me see if it's working. No. Alrighty. Welcome back! Sounds a killer. Let us start off today's session by going through some text RPs that have happened in between. Been quite a number of them. I don't know if all of them have TLDRs, but alas, I want to get them off my list, so we're gonna go through those anyway. So, Shay, for Fucked Fate, you can go ahead and give yourself a hero point. Call it there. Next, we have Let Sleeping Dogs Lie, which was between Tiger and Bulldog, a dream sequence. You can both get an inspiration die or a hero point for one of yous.
What are you on?
Go for it, King.
Oh,
Take that hero point.
I don't even know if I need it, but I'll have a look. Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Next we have Dinner and a Show post-rant clarity between Bulldog, Glitch, Vale, and a spectator of Cyrus. Someone give a small recap on post-rant clarity.
Tiger and Vale took Bulldog away to the toilets as he was vomiting, and then spoke to him for a little while. Just had a small conversation with him, helped him get his shit together, and then learned a bit more about each other in the process.
Very wholesome, very cute.
Also very cute. Sounds about right. You may all give yourselves an inspiration die, or choose two amongst you to get a hero point.
Were you sitting on Vale?
I'm currently sitting on one.
Take it, King.
Oh,
Yeah, go for it.
Complete two. He's completing the task, but all right, let's get up to 3. Thank you.
Next we have We're Fine, which is ongoing, so we'll come back to that. We have This Is Milo, which we actually do have a TLDR for. Just go post that in general. If you could go ahead and read that for me.
Yep. Okay. It reads, Milo calls Ali and the two catch up. Ali tasks him with finding and killing La Dominatrice. Milo has an epiphany.
You may get yourself or an NPC a hero point.
Can I cure his cancer if I give him a hero point?
Unfortunately not. But perhaps someone else can.
I'll take it then. I'll take it. Doesn't seem like he'll have much use for it.
Damn. Yeah.
Damn.
He's not gone yet. We have magic. All right. Next, we have Bloodshed between Remnant, Hinatori, Vale, and a plethora of NPCs.
Oh, fucking Christ.
You can please read me that TLDR there. Anyone truly who wants to read it?
driving, so I can't.
Type shit. Okay. Bet.
Stop! Wait.
I'll do it. So,
Okay.
damn. That's a long TLDR, but it is pretty inclusive. After leaving the Soul Walk, Remnant and Hinatori take a trip to Medbay. Despite her injuries, Remnant insisted on seeing Nikolai, Mistwalker, to cure him of his curse as she promised to. She sees the effects of both his addiction to her blood and the curse taking its toll on him. Curing the curse first triggers a code Zeta, meaning a possible zombie outbreak contagion, and a temporary lockdown and decontamination ensues. After being cleared to leave and cured of any new infection, Remnant is taken to the new medbay to report to Luma and Shugo the results of their soul walk, and an off-record explanation of the code Zeta. She explains its terrifying mutated strand that expelled from Agent Mistwalker. Luma flirts with her. She's encouraged by Shugo to work on a vaccine or cure alongside the promise of restoring Maine together. Weary after all that, Remnant asks for Rook's comfort. He obliges. They stow away in an unoccupied room, and a fate to black ensues. So, Remnant, your choice of a hero point for yourself, or any NPC or PC that was partaking. Oh, she said cat. We'll come back to her. Questions of CQC is still ongoing. Tanta Lion is still ongoing. Striking Vipers is also still ongoing. So I think when
VODs.
back, we can do that last one.
I'm back.
So,
Hello. Sorry, Echo is a nuisance. I had to wrangle her.
your choice of a hero point for an NPC or PC from Blood Drive.
Like I get to choose a PC.
Yeah, PC or NPC. Well, yeah, you were
Anybody in the
main-
roleplay?
Yeah, the main leader of that roleplay.
Well, that's fun. Remind me, how many hero points does it take to make it a limit break?
3.
3.
Okay. I'm just cleaning that shit up. I want to give it to either Rook or Mistwalker.
Let me go take a gander at the Easy Squad boys. See where they're at with their points.
So I know Rook used one of his. He used it for that fucking quarantine. I don't know how things would have gone if he didn't have that.
He has 1 hero point. Mistwalker has 0.
Give it to Mistwalker. He might need it.
Potential. Okay.
Don't forget about suit yourself.
Yes, we did not do Suit Yourself. Suit Yourself was a voice RP between Psycho, Veil, Glitch, Hinatori, and then Yorika, Akihiko.
Papito.
What's that?
Rip.
F.
Something coffee. I believe that was everyone who partook in that RP. You need to do the disciplines for that one. If you could please post your disciplines. Anyone who was there or watched said RP, what do you think were some disciplines Mika exhibited? else who was there? Cyrus, Vale. Nico, you have to make any case for any of your disciplines? I will give you. It, wa- it wasn't yeah, it wasn't necessarily like a clean cut conversation. It was kind of just an argument. There's a lot of arguing, so how much discipline to be showed in conflict of that nature? Yes. Party may vote on who to give a hero point, or everyone may take an inspiration die. Veil, glitch, psycho. Classic. Classic feeling. Sabu. Our short-term goals were Rude Awakening. A Rise and Shine was a side RP. Rise and Shine, Tommy conversation. I cannot remember what else. That one was like the big focus in my head. No, that was a Rise and Shine because that one was Bancroft into Resurrecting Ironside. I don't remember how the first half of it. Yeah, I can't remember how the first half of that one went. Funny enough. But alas, we have to keep pushing. Arise and shine. Was Cordelia speaking to Bancroft and undoing the control that was over his mind. She succeeded in doing so and made Bancroft one of her vassals. New vassal unlocked. Little notification pops up for all the other vassals. And then after having an endearing conversation with her brother, she goes to the Olympus and resurrects Ironside, raising him from the dead. And then they go home, and then they vibe. And everyone is happy. Yay. Last session, we went through Mika speaking, after having spoken with her heavenly beast, is given the task of performing 3 miracles that will invoke abundance. In other words, saying that will inspire life rather than destruction. She is given magical feathers that can be used to cast a spell higher than what you're normally able to. And this enables people who are typically not strong enough to, you know, cure cancer, restore limbs, and raise the dead, to actually pull it off pretty easily. It is a legendary magical component, a phoenix feather, and she had 4 of them. One was used to restore Shugo's arm during a ritual that most of the party participated in, and all of the party was there to witness. The second feather was used to restore Remnant's foot and internal organs with another ritual that everyone was there. Third one was used on Templar to restore her ability to have children. Afterwards, Templar is in a good mood. Everyone is in a good mood. People throughout Bermuda are talking about you guys. You guys were briefly in Medbay with Shugo after his recovery. Nova took a selfie of Mika and Shugo. Shugo threw up the peace sign. And it is already trending as people are talking about the new surgery, quote unquote, that was done to give Shugo a new arm. You guys are miracle workers across Bermuda currently. That's the chatter, that's the banter, the gossip. And Templar says, take an hour or 2 to get yourselves dressed, get yourself situated. You guys are gonna take today to go as a squad and get drunk and go Christmas shopping. Not necessarily in that order, but maybe in that order. And that is where we'll start this session. All of you are back at the apartments, gathering your things. You know you're going to go to the Super Mall, hosted by GUD Corp, a mega corporation that pretty much has a hand in everything. Imagine them to be Amazon. But they're also Apple, and they're also Google. You know, they won. They have the monopoly. They are one of the mega corporations of the world. And they have a mall, a super mall, a 40 stories tall skyscraper mall with just about anything and everything you may want to buy or have shipped from. And you guys are going to go walk through that mall, get your Christmas shopping in the lead up to that. We're going to have a commander check-in. As things have progressed a little bit in the campaign, the commander wants to know what is your individual goals. Oh, before I get ahead of myself too much, I will say, or ask, there should have been a debrief for the results of the Soul Walk, because you guys went to church, as far as Bermuda is concerned. You guys went to church, and then you came out of church with Cordelia with 2 critical injuries and a grown-up tiger. They would like an explanation for what the fuck happened at church. Templar will say that she will just tell them the results of the Soul Walk, not necessarily the details of the Soul Walk itself. If everyone's cool with that, she will just give a debrief to Luma herself and spare you guys the paperwork and the trouble. Is there any details that one of your PC would like addressed or brought up, or that they would just like to report themselves to Luma? Otherwise, Templar will just handle it. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's one. Anything else? Going once. Going twice. Templar hands. After giving her debrief about the results of the soul walk and explaining that she does give the details of there seemed to have been some curse on the identity of Tommy, referring to the Glitch Knights, something that will start circulating likely slowly but surely. Illuma does a little bit of research immediately on the spot and can confirm that the Glitch Knight is something she simply could not find before, but all of a sudden some people are posting on Reddit about having this strange memory of a knight they cannot find on the internet. So already some people are having a little bit of chatter on the internet about Glitch Knight. They're just not sure what the fuck is going on. They're just confused. To which Luma looks to Glitch and Templar and tells them that she believes the best thing to do is actually let the Russians give their statement about Glitch. And then we will simply play it up as more Ritsar Bermuda joint operations. So we should let Russia claim Glitch. And then we will just classify him as a joint asset. Perfect. And if there are any legal battles over returning you to the Ritsars as a military serviceman, we will go to we will have a nice behind doors conversation with the Barrier Knight and Minister Vok, and we'll see what we can do. However, she does mention that because they may claim you, they may want you to be knighted again, and if you are knighted again, they may not have the legal jurisdiction over you anymore. It would just be up to the Barrier Knight and Mr. Vok to decide if you are allowed to work in joint operations with Bermuda. They may reassign you elsewhere. So she nods, putting my faith in your hands here. Sounds good. She nods. Well, she sends you off on your way, bringing us to the current scene of everyone getting their little mall fits together, little maybe mall shopping bags, as you please. And we'll start going down this list. As I guess I'll ask, does anyone want to check in with the commander first? Anyone wanna have their conversation first? Get that out of the way. The commander check-in, yes. Yeah, like she's going to call you to her room to check in on you and have a conversation about the things you typed to me yesterday. Yes. Would anyone like to go first? Alfredo, I know you did not message me anything, you were busy. If you could think of a few things based on those parameters that I sent yesterday, and yeah. If no one's volunteering, I'll pick up from type shit. Fair enough. Already here. Okay. Let's start with Tommy. So I will. True. It could just be a conversation they're carrying on. Like they've been talking about their Tommy's shit for a while now, trying to break it all down, and now it's like, alright, now that we have it down to these final points, let's go over it one more time. So, you know, everyone is getting ready to go shopping soon, maybe like half hour, an hour from now. It should be, let's say 3 in the afternoon. Still a little early in the afternoon. I know there was brunch planned, but things had to happen. And you're in your rooms together. She looks over to you, continuing a conversation that you would have likely had already going. Just, you know, busy bees all around. I'll put a HUD in the room. Yes, theoretically. I mean, if you wanted to have it before, we can absolutely have it before. If you want to, like, ask her for advice. Okay. Work. So, she'll start off with just clarifying on a few things. Would you like to rejoin the Order of the Siberian Reed Saws? Become a knight again? Closes her eyes and nods. See her for a second, just kind of rub the side of her head, 2 fingers. Minister Vok will be a problem. Yakim will be a lot more amicable. There's no guarantee that Minister Vok will not try to order you to spill Bermuda secrets. Or that of your own secrets. It may be in your best interest to find something on Minister Vok that you can hold over him. His son, Balder Voxen, he would know a thing or two. See her rubbing the side of her head a bit more, kind of slow blinks. We could always just kill him. Not Voxen. Vok. She takes a sharp inhale into a long breath. And again, you feel your interfaces around the room start to shut off one by one until there is just silence in the room. Do you believe the Templars are something that interests you? Pertaining to the others. I'll go over things with them. I will. Mm. She nods. For now. So, you should know for yourself what it means to be a Templar. If that is something you want to pursue, and see you're compromising as a obstacle, not a deterrent. To be a Templar, perhaps a more direct explanation. They seek control. It's the belief that mankind left to its own devices will oftentimes sink into vices. Wrath, greed, lust, envy, all of them. It is man's biggest weakness, so long as they have the freedom to pursue such vices. The Templars hope to put order before the vice. Not so much imposing people from pursuing what they want and what they dream of, but more so providing a structure, a time and place, a path to walk, moderation. The original Templars were a holy crusade. Well, is how they presented themselves. I would still call them warmongers. But she shrugs. What is a crime in the eye of the beholder? Modern-day Templars seek control through globalization, politics, industry, entertainment, propaganda, finances, agriculture. Any facet of demand for people is somewhere a Templar can be found. The Crimson Vanguard is a bit different. We do not serve the greater world in those ways. The Crimson Vanguard was put in place to preserve humanity from the threats beyond our reach. We Crimson Guard Templars do not hark away on politics. We focus ourselves somewhere more dangerous. She just extends her hand out. You see a small, breaking in the air, almost like static electricity or glass shattering before it immediately fades away. It's almost like she's running her hands and shattering glass in front of her. The Aether. It is the greatest gateway to our strongest feats and also our most dangerous foes. That... She just looks up. And those who have long known about it before we did. It is the Crimson Vanguard's mission to be the shield that guards the realms of man. We will stop extraplanar, extraterrestrial, metaphysical, or supernatural, however you want name it or identify it. That which is not human. That which humanity cannot tame or ever hope to control. We find a way to tame it or control it, or we destroy it. That way we can prevent a chaotic world from falling to ceaseless bloodshed and petty strife and corruption. That is the Templars' cause. The Crimson Vanguard's cause, at least. There are other Templars. I cannot speak for their goals and motivations. But I do know that they are not all so noble in their pursuits. Is this something that still interests you? He kind of lays back in the bed a bit, flops down, and just looks up at the ceiling. I enjoyed fighting for my family. The duties that the Crimson Vanguard asked were not always so motivating. Sometimes there are things you must do for the greater good before a calamity comes across. One might consider those acts mercy, others would see it as a necessary evil. Either way, you are the one who must do it. The Templars can be very unforgiving. It is our... She stops herself, fully saying their philosophy. That you are to serve until death, whatever the cost. I see it this way, but I would admit I am a bit biased. The Grandmaster may not believe your duties are over, despite the pledge. He nods. If only things on paper could be so one-to-one when faced with real life. There's a sad, shrinking of her eyes. She's narrowing her eyes on something. I couldn't bring myself to carry out my duty at Catherine Palace. Men died. Men that I could have saved. I just strike down the ones who were too far gone. I didn't know if I was doing a mercy or a necessary evil, if I was just too weak to do good. You may find yourself in a similar position one day. Forced to kill those you were just trying to save moments ago. Forced to abandon those you had long believed were untouchable. Not to say the military won't ask you to do the same, but for Templars, you do not wait for an order. You are the one who must put it into place. If you want... Say again? Inhales again. sits back up. Go for it. If you believe you can make that difference, do it. I simply want you to know what you're getting yourself into. And know that you are not unopposed. There are many organizations, many factions, many powerful individuals who know of our existence. They will not stop to question your deeds. They will just know that you are a Templar and you are a threat. One such group is called the Foundation. Though I've never encountered one myself, I have known a few who were felled by them. Knights who were felled by them. Just being a Templar means you can no longer trust anyone that isn't a Templar. And even then, she looks to him. Man is fallible. It is. I have the power to approve your knighting. I am reinstated. I read so. As for being a Templar, it is up to the Grandmaster to decide. You cannot lie to this man. So if you are going to be one again, be ready to be one again. I'm sure they will. Maybe not anytime soon, unless they know exactly where he were, but I don't imagine they'll stop looking. Because he knows who they are, knows what they've done, we've done. Because he holds a very important talent. He's someone who is simply too smart for his own good. And while he's been able to evade those who seek him, he can't do it forever. And the Templar Order will never stop hunting him. Still hold within you knowledge you should not. for a man who's breathing. I'm worried about you. Then you should have little issue moving forward. Now, moving on to the business. What do you make of your marriage arrangements? He smiles. If you have no intention of marrying Yorika, it would implore you to make that clear sooner than later. If you want to have your fun with her, have your fun with her, but do not lead this girl on. You do not want to make an enemy of the Tokugawas. And their pride is so easily wounded. She smirks. You still see yourself getting married so soon? Knights have gotten married at younger. I imagine that will make quite an uproar within the raid size. If you are going to be proposing to him publicly, I will be taking pictures. She smiles. As should you. She nods. How have your training been going? Have you gotten a readjustment to your abilities?
It sighs. Feels like the years I spent in limbo took off years of training. I can barely even muster my own vessel ability now.
Inhales. Nods.
Frustrating.
Can imagine so. She stands up, walks over to sit with him at the couch. I know that frustration well. I thought myself out of balance for a while. My crimes had made me unworthy of Father's guidance or the Aether's blessings. I doubted myself a lot after you died. I did not know why. It took time to find my confidence again, find my drive, the will. You need to understand exactly who you are. You need to find it in yourself. Put your hand on your chest. What is it that makes you, you? 4 years ago, that answer was very clear. Now, perhaps you're unsure still. Perhaps the Aether is also unsure. But that does not mean you are blocked off. It does not mean that you are abandoned. You'll be just as strong and then stronger. You're still young. Give it time. And don't stop training, no matter what.
I don't plan on stopping.
She knows.
Don't know if I have the time before aliens try to make the world end to be strong enough to stop it.
Our greatest feats are done under duress. When all the other minutiae and anxieties are gone and it is just perform or fail. She pushes into his chest, his heart. You'll know then what it means to achieve victory and nothing less. Don't recklessly throw yourself into danger trying to seek that high, but when you're in danger, stay in the danger. Don't let yourself be distracted. It'll be like muscle memory, like riding a bike.
We'll see if this new body has that muscle memory. Or if that's something else I have to learn again.
I believe. We need to get back to that lab, don't we?
Yeah.
I now understand a bit more of what Zakar may have left behind. There's someone there, isn't there? In that laboratory, waiting for him. Another clone of you? Maybe another son? His wife?
Would he know right now that Zakar couldn't be watching them?
Yeah, right now you are cut off. It is silent. As far as your like neuroware can integrate with anything around you.
Okay. He nods then.
And he'll kill you again to ensure he gets there. Won't he?
He'll do whatever it takes.
She inhales and sighs.
Alexander has an idea that I've been compromised. And he suggested whatever I need. Just let him know. That could be a means.
She nods.
I just don't know what my father will do if I got outside help like that.
What? She finds herself hesitating to ask, but kind of sighs. What would it take for you to kill him?
He looked at her with like a surprised look, like that has never crossed his mind. I don't think I can.
Would you be angry if I killed him?
Yeah.
He's kind of round a little bit. Why? All that he's put you through, put us through.
I sympathize with him. Even as angry with him as I am.
Even after he's killed your
Just-
friends. Killed you.
You killing him would be for the same reason that he killed them. For me. I'm not saying he's right. I do
Certainly
think
was not.
justice is deserved. Sorry, what did you say?
He certainly was not right for that.
Yeah.
So when can I deliver it? You see her slowly clenching her fist.
I don't know. I just need to finish this mission.
Inhales.
I can reunite everyone. I'll be at least one step closer.
She looks down a little disappointed. You can see it clearly. Fairy will never be reunited with the person he loved. Neither will any of the other knights. Closes her eyes and her shoulders drop a little. I know you want to be noble. I know you want to do what you think is right. You also need to be willing to make a sacrifice to stop others from dying, to save others. Just don't let him do that to you again. I cannot promise you I will not kill him. No matter how much you try to stop me. I know. But you need to give yourself mercy. Once you know what he's looking for exactly, if you can remember where it is in the lab, you don't need to protect him. If Alexander's willing to aid you, then perhaps we can circumnavigate it all together. Save or bring back whoever it is that's there. Then that villain can face justice, as he should have 4 years ago. Do you agree?
He seems a little caught up in her reminder of those knights who died. Like, that really, really hit him hard. He's being pulled in a lot of different directions.
He may share your blood, but you are not his son, Tommy. You're mine.
And what about my brother?
I do not see him as an enemy, but rather another slave to the Galochka.
I don't know if we can resist him.
She narrows her eyes on him, small green shimmer in her pupils. I will. When the time is right. She reaches over
Tommy.
and she tries to hug Tommy.
He leans away initially at it, but then stops himself and will accept the hug. Don't tell me your plan.
She shakes her head, holding him.
I don't know if my thoughts are safe.
Always safe with me, Tommy.
I'll lean into the hug after that. It's a good place
Mm-hmm.
for the chicken? Excellent.
Hug. Kiss, kiss. And next person. Any volunteers for the next check-in?
I could go.
Okay. 10 minutes later. Hug, hug. Kiss, kiss.
If the internet gods let me.
From God willing. She'll make Glitch her signature mocha. Caramel, chocolate sauce on the in rings. Mocha, French vanilla, whipped cream, the works. And
Oh yeah.
then Cordelia is called to Templar's room.
Do I drag my token there, or are you gonna just clip through the walls?
I can clip you through the walls. We have wall clipping. These walls are a figment of your imagination, actually. They're never there.
Nothing is true.
Everything is permitted. Find Glitch, Templar, sipping at these decorated cups. As you walk in. Ah, perfect. Stands, walks around the couch, and goes to give Remnant a hug.
She'll hug Templar back.
I'll raise his drink to her. Welcome in.
Hello.
Tell me, how are you the Tokugawas treated you? Kind of like, just looks Remnant over.
Other than setting me on fire, pretty okay.
I can only imagine how painful that was. Well, I don't have to imagine too hard.
Yes, painful.
I suppose that takes care of that problem. I'm hoping to check in on some of your others. Had quite a busy couple of days. I want to know where your head's at. Is there... I saw your interview with your brother. How has that taken you? What do you feel?
I don't know. Still kind of rattled about that.
Brings you over
Not
to
sure
the
what-
table and makes you a cup of coffee as well.
I'm not sure what it'll mean. Greg. He's my vassal now, so I'd like for him to stay. Yes, he's so nice. I'm sure you'll love him.
That's one way of describing a brother. Do you have a full control over him now, as your vassal?
If I say the right words, I think so. I briefly saw my father. I'm still rattled about that, but from my understanding, he sort of let me have Bancroft.
You relinquished control.
So I think he just decided to not fight me on it. He probably could have.
Censored the thought. Do you have any reason to believe your father's still listening? Or watching through him? Hell would respond to that question. No. I see his tethers.
No. Not anymore.
Let's have a little sigh of relief. That's good. It does bring the question of if this Arisen Marshal can control you, then looking over to Tommy. Burn that bridge when we get to it. But that would mean your brother is secured, no longer compromised. Do you have any referential for where your brother may have picked up some of his skills? If he was in the military, espionage, bounty hunters, syndicates?
No.
Perhaps there's something given to him as
He's-
part of his awakening.
Maybe. He's always been resourceful. Private.
Curious.
Could have just done it for fun. Not the killing part, I don't think.
You never knew him to have a history of violence, or perhaps speaking radically so.
Not that I've seen.
After having witnessed his fighting firsthand, nearly killed him for what he did to you. He is impressive. Surely has the talent, something Bermuda may be able to bring out of him some more. Do you believe he'd consider working as an asset for us? A vetting process before perhaps he could be made an agent in the future.
No.
No.
At least, if he wasn't attached to me, probably. I could make him.
Are you saying he has no
I don't know
interest
what-
in working for Bermuda? Or with?
He's always had a problem with listening.
Raises an eyebrow.
That might make listening to a commander difficult.
You do know who I am, right?
Mm-hmm. And I know my brother. That's not to say he can't.
Is he an opportunist? Needs a good pay rate for his services?
I don't know about money, but probably something. I mean, he is in a bind now. He's technically a serial killer. Or whatever the news classifies Hell's pastor as.
Cyber psycho. No, there's been no shortage of killers given a new name and heralded a hero. If he is willing to give us a list of all his targets and anyone who hired him to take out those targets, I could put in a good word with Luma and see if we can make him an asset for us. Perhaps we could track down some of the names he provides.
Might be. I could talk to him too.
She nods. There's the matter
Oh.
of Joker, but we do owe a conversation with your brother in private. So,
I just
Mhm.
want him to be okay.
as do I.
I don't think he knows or understands that he's undead.
Well, that certainly is a jarring revelation to give him. he needs to know sooner than later. There are certain things his condition is anything like yours. Certain things he can't do anymore, or can't enjoy as much. And also, in the same regard, some new liberties he's been given, like of needing to eat or drink or breathe. Perhaps we could give him a medical examination as a preliminary to hiring. Break the condition to him there. It is a condition, after all. That is the way the United States treats such things.
Right. He wants his neural wear removed too.
Blinks at that. Now that is trickier.
And
No.
since it might interfere with other things.
No,
How much does he have?
What was the question?
How much does he have?
Cyberware wise?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was cyber eyes, a cyber arm, and a cyber chest. Parts of his internal organs are cybernetics. You got those mechanical lungs.
Too many, if you ask me.
Psycho. Because Tommy's asking that. Tommy asked that out loud.
Mhm.
Like he piped up into the conversation.
Templar will answer after just looking through some files. Cyber arm.
Too many, if you ask me.
It's a few too many to feasibly replace without killing
Awesome.
him.
You mind if I actually eat some over here?
Shay,
You mind if I eat some over here, actually? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank
You
you.
gotta mute.
Bruh.
Bro. If we were to try and remove his nowhere now, we'd need several organs transplanted, as well as some limb. That kind of surgery could kill him. She blinks a little bit. Unless you happen to have an extra phoenix feather lying around. Smiles at Remnant.
I don't, but I'm sure we could figure something out.
My conversation with Mika sounds like she's really eager to use that fourth one, so maybe ask her.
I wouldn't hate that if it increases his chances. I don't know why he got so many. I knew he got the eyes years ago.
It's been 3 years. Lost his family. Perhaps he believed it necessary to defend himself. Maybe tried to avenge you.
Maybe.
Not. To remove his nowhere, we're going to need a way to regenerate those organs that he replaced. I know of only a single healer with that kind of capability. Barrier. The Ritas do not take kindly to Arisen. Not to say he is the only healer I've encountered, it's just the only one I know that's available. I heard of a Zaki vessel who had similar abilities. And the previous Master Kitsune was also known to be able to do such miracles.
I don't want to ask Miss Kitsune for help again.
She nods. Becoming indebted to the Tokugawas is not something I would particularly take much interest in either.
No, I'm barely okay with the one.
Estella pipes up. Could always give him one of my brothers.
Who?
Huh?
You know, one of my brothers. I said, I know you and the envious one don't get along. But he's the only person I know who knows Newerware like that. And if you don't want him, there's the greedful one. The slothful one. I haven't seen him in so long. You could give him the slothful one.
My brother?
Yeah. Templar blinks at that and says, absolutely not. Oh, why not? You're not going to be employing more fiends. What's wrong with employing more fiends? I'm awesome. Are your brothers as forthcoming and cooperative? Oh, definitely not. I mean, the slothful one could be. He's kind of, you know, doesn't really like doing a lot. But
That would be incredibly funny.
How would that even work?
you make a demon contract.
Hilariously.
A soul bind. Like me and Mika had. Except, if you want him to regenerate those limbs, he's gonna need to replace them with demon ones. So, maybe a bit more of an intrusive contract. But you could do it. Templar shakes her head.
Cordelia is thinking he would probably like the aesthetic.
I'm sure
It's
we can find another healer. Or some other way of replacing those limbs and organs.
I'll pin it to the corkboard of thoughts and ideas. It would be funny though. He's very proactive. Sloth would be a curse, probably. I don't know if I want to do that.
Stella shrugs. Could always make him my soulbound.
What, like share?
Well, you and me have a familiar contract. I'm tethered to you. Can't go anywhere. But what I had with Mika was a soul contract. When she dies, she's mine. She smiles. And while she's alive, I'm hers. I was. She frowns. But that's what we put in my deal. So that was nice. And I like you guys. She pinches Tommy's cheeks.
Hey.
I don't know if my brothers are going to be so amicable. But I am. She flies over, kind of kneels on the counter between the two of them, puts her head on her arms, looking between the two of them. So,
I'll think about it.
okay. Flips back to the couch.
I don't like sharing my things, but I'll think about it.
I have to get over your pride for that one.
I like being shared. It would make me happy. Templar sighs. We'll look into it. See if we can find him a proper healer. A proper method of replacing that. What of your parents? And do you know any more about where they are, what they could be up to?
I still don't know where they are. The only thing I have is what I've learned already. My mother being the woman William Bremer is with. Having this baby for whatever reason, I don't know. It still makes no sense to me.
We know them to be arisen marshals, which makes them very dangerous. Wielding the power of a celestial, even more so.
I know they're planning something, I just don't know what. And I don't know what William's role is in this.
So I'm trying to decipher as well.
'Cause either he's fully in it or being lied to and tricked.
You believe the
I'm
tablets are
still-
manipulating him?
She like takes a moment to not any like angry or alarmed. Like she needs to take a moment to breathe in. Absolutely.
Two super terrorists using another super terrorist, who would have thought? Your
Very
Mother.
super villain.
yes. Your mother is
Calculated.
with child. His child. You
I'm pretty sure he thinks they're going to be a family. And I'm fairly certain, unless an open relationship is happening there, that's not the case. They became undead together.
She nods. I follow your rationale. Would not be the first time one heard of a divine or magical figure and man sought to reap its benefits forevermore. If they are using him for what I would have to assume is his blood ties, what would you make of the child? Would you
I don't
want
know.
your mother captured alive and the child safeguarded?
To be honest, I just want her dead.
No desires or intent for the child?
I don't want to think about it as something I need to take responsibility for.
Do not believe you are obligated to, but she kind of like opens her mouth to say something and then takes a breath in, thinking it over. The child isn't innocent in all this. I believe it may be worth trying to at least spare them. You are not beholden to care for them and provide for them. She thinks.
I just feel like I'm the only one thinking about it. It's not like I haven't thought about not doing that.
Milo does not have any other intents or desires for this child either. She smirks. That was a rhetorical question.
I think brother was mentioned at one point.
Which is ridiculous.
So he does view the child as family.
Yeah.
And he wants to care for it.
He wants to be a brother. Which
It's,
is fine. But a child is going to need a parent.
yes, I was going to. She thinks that is something I'll have to run by him as well. Then it is simply put. The reality is your mother and his father are criminals. One might even argue they're villains. The Ritzas will kill them the first chance to get, and I believe Bermuda will likely do the same. These are not people who are going to be spared if the powers that be can help it. Luckily, we have a lot of the sway. We are the weapons that they are going to wield against them. We don't have to aim to kill.
Don't forget who I have with me.
Hell. Does she have any intentions with this child?
I don't know about the child. But my mother is part of the reason we're in this predicament.
She must
And
die.
the loss of her power. Remnant nods.
Oh, that solves that after problem, but it does leave a child motherless. Though it does not leave the child without a home prospect. You do not need to be responsible for caring for and providing and making choices for this baby. But if
It's
I may
not-
make a suggestion, if you'd allow.
Sure.
The Ritzars. Boy is given a new name, a new family. One that would raise and provide and educate and clothe and feed him. Allow him to discover
Milo's not gonna
his-
like that.
I will have to ask him as well then. I believe you both do have a say in this child's future. If you cannot make a decision when the time comes, are you okay with me making a decision for you?
If it's still alive,
She nods.
sure. Because I can't guarantee that.
You're not going to kill it with her.
I don't know what'll happen in the moment.
She nods.
Hell's influence might be too much. And I made a promise.
Reviewing what footage we have of her, it's showing a little. It garnered somewhere between 3 and 4 months along. It may be possible for us to secure this child and free Hell's powers before the Vampire arrive, if we can play our cards right.
She still looks like she hates this entire conversation.
She reaches out to try and take Remnant's hand if she allows.
She'll allow it.
We do have lives we still need to take care of. We didn't ask for it, not always. doesn't mean it still isn't our responsibility. You don't have to raise this child as your own. Neither does Milo. But you do have to decide if this child lives or not. Once you've made that choice, with him, preferably, you two should discuss this, I can take care of the rest for you.
I'm willing to aid however I can.
We are here for you.
She nods. I think I'd like to talk to my brother about it too. I don't know how aware he is of any of that.
Perhaps then you and Milo should talk to your brother together. I don't know how your vassalship
Sure.
works, how much say Hell has in your affairs, but a decision such as this may be best brought to counsel by those you trust the most, if you are indecisive or unsure. Looking to Tommy and then back to her. If you seek my counsel, I'll always provide it.
Thank you.
Speaking of seeking my counsel, Commander Shugo recently came to me asking me whether or not Agent Mistwalker should be given more of a reduced sentence. I told him I'd consider
I mean, yeah.
I'd consider it if he were your vassal.
Mistwalker?
Correct.
She pouts.
She leans forward, sort of rubbing her thumb on the top of Remnant's hand, but also squeezing it a little tighter. She has this more serious look with a smirk on her face. That man hurt one of my dearest friends, willingly. He used her. And while I cannot ensure he will or won't again, I cannot ensure that I will or won't kill him if he does so again. She leans back. And I don't want that for you. He seems to make you quite happy, and I love watching you smile. So, for his benefit as well as your own, put a ring on that man. Or a leash. Either or.
But even
That would be-
before this, I've been asking, and he keeps saying no.
Be more persuasive.
I'm persuasive.
Not enough. But you're welcome to prove me wrong. Perhaps you can make a vassal out of me yet. He smiles.
It's fun. Highly recommend.
Food for thought. If I see that he has been made your vassal, I will second that approval for his release. Otherwise, just might need to wait to see him until March.
I'll let him know.
Yes, in that note as well, I was going to speak about reinstating Agent Morgan. Looking over to Stella, who immediately shoots up with sparkling eyes. Really? On one condition. Oh.
I thought you liked contracts and conditions.
I do, but usually they're really tight and, you know, no fun is allowed.
Yeah. They're not yours, not your contracts.
Your lust deficiency. The aura. If you were to feed off more specific worshippers, could you satiate the aura enough to not have it up all the time, or at least reduce its range? Oh, yes, there's rituals. You know, worshipping, sacrifices, orgies. Lots of things you can do. Raises her hand to stop her. If there were willing volunteers who would take on your lust, hunger, temporarily, of course, to try and feed you, do you believe that could be a more regulated method? Oh. Puts a finger to her chin. So, like, I'd have, like, loan people my curse? Contracts that would temporarily curse them, yes. I mean, yeah, I could feed off of those people a lot better. Be like they're funneling it straight to me. She points at herself. Oh, I see. Looks to Cordelia.
Huh?
In that case, taps to her chin. Six people. If I could give 6 people my curse for 8 hours, then I could drop the aura and keep myself fed for those 8 hours. 6 people for 8 hours. And how taxing is this curse exactly? Looks to Remnant. You and Fulani, remember?
The way her face
Yeah?
gets red.
The way Templar also turns and raises an eyebrow.
Like, I just imagine Templar and Tommy both like looking at her like, yeah?
Yeah?
The way she's
You
squinting
know?
at Estella, like, no one knew about that, Stella.
Oh. Oops. Hehe.
He helped me.
I'm sure he did. But
She's still pouty.
if such an arrangement would work, then perhaps Agent Morgan could be reinstated, given those arrangements are made. 6 people. Would it be the same 6 people all the time? Like, would I have, like, new worshippers? Or is it like I cycle through 6 people? Like, ooh, like I'm a merchant and I sell aphrodisiacs. Templa's a bit stunned for a second, trying to think that over. I suppose the latter? If we could not just order 6 people to become your feeding hosts.
Job listing go crazy.
Perhaps I should be the first to take this on, just so I have an understanding of how intense this curse is. Estella smiles, looks to Remnant. Can I? Well, not now. But at a different time, when we are more available. 8 hours is quite some time.
I'm fine with that.
So, Cordelia, what's 6?
What do you mean, what's 6?
I mean, we have to do a test strip, don't we? Which 6 are we putting the curse on first? You two can discuss that over and make sure you include me as one of those. She smiles. Moving on, however, you have a few things
We'll
to get through.
workshop it. Still narrowing her eyes at Estella.
She's just smiling. The quarantine a few days day ago or 2 days ago. I hear Dr. Murray and Agent Mercury are looking into developing some sort of cure or vaccine for your condition, or at least the initial infection that began your condition. SCI-FI, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. And Shugo wanted me to help with that too, or have a part in it.
I'm afraid I'm not too particular with all of that biology and whatnot, but the Ritsars are very well versed. We have libraries of such infections and diseases and curses. Perhaps you may want to take a look through there yourself. Bring Mercury or Rook or somebody.
If they're all right with me using their resources, I don't mind that.
As long as someone is with you, you could take Tommy or myself. Or if you have another Ritsar companion.
I'd be happy to help.
She nods. Yeah. I'll think about who to bring. I think I'd be more partial to someone well into the research part or medical know-how. It would just help speed up the process, I think, but
You know,
yeah.
Murray, Mercury, or Rook would be my best recommendations, but you can speak with them, see if any one of them is more excited at such a prospect.
Oh, I meant Ritsar companionship.
Oh. Thanks.
Could have an interesting take.
But if you want to watch me look at books all day, that's fine too.
Hey, I'm more than just a pretty face. I can help do research.
Research RP. Okay.
Research RP.
I believe once we have a vaccine at the minimum, some way of preventing others from getting infected, we could then launch a more extensive operation in Maine. We know that you already can remove the curse and cure it. Once we've
Yeah, but
developed
that kind of could have killed me.
This is the issue. We need to continue testing that. Find a more consistent or reliable method that will not put you and others in danger.
Can I get permission? And I'll ask him too, but I don't know if you already have it on file. Is Mistwalker's blood in any kind of database?
Yes, Bermuda did take samples of his blood, as we do all agents. Dr. Murray should have access to those files.
Okay. I'd like to include his blood in the research as well.
She knows. I'm sure Dr. Murray is likely already doing that, considering he was patient zero.
Thank you.
Once you have a cure or a vaccine, something to keep our soldiers and our researchers safe as they traverse Maine, we'll look into running an operation, seeing if we can, well, start deploying these vaccines and cures, or at least getting a more in-depth analysis of these creatures.
I'd like that a lot. Very much.
She nods. Is there anything else that is bothering you I might be able to lend my aid with? Or Bermuda and lend its resources.
I think that's everything for me right now.
Well then, I do need to do a few more of these with everyone else. Make sure you get yourself dressed. Wear something nice. She's well.
Of course. Always. She'll get up. Do you want Stella to stay or come with me? I don't know if you want to talk to her about anything.
No, you are both dismissed.
Okay.
Stella kind of bats her eyes at Tommy. I guess we'll talk later. Flies
Looking forward to it.
And she will leave. Let me through the walls, please.
through the walls, we clip. Who's next?
I want to go. I don't think I'll take very long.
Alrighty. Mika, you were called to Templar's office. Her office being a room.
Alright. Mika knocks on the door.
Your door opens and you're allowed in.
She bows slightly and she'll summon Ho-Ho to her shoulder and bow to Templar again and say, Commander?
Mika. She gets up, walks over, and also hugs Mika.
That surprises her, and she kind of just looks around like she doesn't know what to do. And she hugs her back eventually.
Don't be so awkward with me. There's nothing of you I have not all seen already. Kind of drags a hand along the back of Hinatori's waist and leads her to sit.
Oh, okay. She sits down awkwardly and shakes her head and says, "No, I was just surprised. Hello, Tommy.
How are you doing?
She just like a shaking hand gesture. Okay. Mika looks a little bit messy. Her hair's a little bit all over the place, and her uniform isn't on quite right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Templar just raises an eyebrow, smirks. I was hoping to check in with you. You've been quite through an ordeal. You especially have had several new developments in your life. Are there any issues that are bothering you? Anything you'd like to talk to me about?
She nods. And she folds her hands and like taps the table nervously. Well, so during the last ceremony we completed with you, there was complications. As I was completing the ritual process, Amaterasu seemingly paused time or something. I don't really god shit, okay? She like paused time and told me I can either I believe it was either kill you or allow a calamity to come to pass.
Tommy does a spit take.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
The Omikami threatened my life. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, she gave me a choice between preventing a calamity and allowing me to
Kill me.
not kill you. Unless it wasn't a literal death and it was perhaps a different kind of death. She shrugs.
She looks at Tommy, like almost like verifying that she heard that.
He looks at her. He's just like staring with the most like confused and like, what? How do you manage every time to surprise me with the shit that comes out of your mouth? Like, almost in awe. Look.
So she taps the table. You're alive. I chose not to kill you. You're welcome.
She opens her mouth, closes it, opens her mouth, closes it, shakes her head, stretches her hands out, takes one of Mika's hands. Thank you for sparing me.
You're welcome, ma'am. She military salutes.
Slowly nods. Right.
The fuck?
Did
Which
she-
brings me to the concerning part of what she said,
Yes.
which is you will likely give birth to a calamity of some sort. I don't know if that means literally or like figuratively. Like something bad happens because of you, or like you literally give birth to a child who is a calamity. Bad thing, uncertain. She shakes her head. I'm
Mika, give
very
me a
nervous about it.
DC 21 intelligence saving throw.
Yeah,
Oh,
that makes
oh,
sense.
21?
That makes sense. That makes complete sense. She kept repeating the word calamity over and over again. I was like, where is Soldier gonna come out and be like, no, shut the fuck up.
The soldier. I'm tired of hearing this word specifically.
Is that your final roll?
I'll re-roll it. Yippee!
Oof. Okay.
Oh, I don't know if that's good or bad for you, babe. I'm gonna be so honest.
Oof. Okay. You pass. Mika, you feel like something is crawling on your back. You can very clearly tell it's like tiny little legs, some sort of bug or insect crawling up your spine.
Mika catches on fire. Ain't no one messing with that.
Templar flinches back, kind of like leaning back in her stool, like half a foot. Oh, what? Mika, you all right? You're burning the kitchen stool.
Her hand, like fire starts to appear in her hand in the shape of a sword as she looks around.
She looks at Tommy, almost the same look of confirmation that she's she's
What would Tommy have noticed anything peculiar?
infection cleansed.
Okay. He's gonna shoot Hinatori a DM of drop that subject.
Mika frowns. She's not looking at Tommy. She's looking like towards the door. And internally she takes note of, oh, we gotta fix that. And she'll slowly she'll puff out like a candle as she sits back on the chair and turns around. I sense something.
You see her start to slowly grab at the side of her head, kind of rubbing her temple. I'm sure it did not, but alright. You see her rubbing the side of her head a bit more, almost like she's distracted all of a sudden.
Well, that sounds like something we don't need to worry about anytime soon.
Mika looks to Tommy, and she doesn't say anything.
Alright, yes. Do offer my sincerest gratitude to her for... What was it again? Preventing a calamity?
Mika nods.
Right. I suppose whatever that means. She like blinks a few times. You can kind of see this like it's almost like painful for her to blink, like the light is bothering her. I do want to offer you my gratitude, sincerely. She shakes her head a little bit, readjusting again. You've done me something very important. I don't know how I'll make it up to you.
She looks to Ho, and then looks to Templar and says, just continue to give me the chance to improve. And I suppose you could help me by training with me a little bit more.
I would love that.
Maybe you could teach me a couple things.
She smiles. Absolutely, I can. You usually train with your father after our drills. Would you want to train before our morning drills? Early in the morning?
Sure. I can do that.
She nods. She seems a little excited by that. You kind of see this like smile build on her face. She kind of looks up, nods to herself.
That's everything I really needed to talk about. I have some other things, but I think I can wait to talk about those.
Thanks. Is there anything else that's bothering you? I might be able to offer my assistance, or we can Bermuda its resources.
She thinks for a moment.
Perhaps just some counsel I could provide.
I just want to know if there's anything I can do to earn or responsibility.
More responsibility.
She nods.
Squints.
Within Domino. Specific.
Still coming after my role, Mika.
She smiles.
Very slick.
See her cross her legs, leans on one arm, rests her head in her palm, looking at Mika.
If you don't have an answer, I can always... She shrugs. Figure it out later.
No, I do believe there needs to be a reevaluation of the chain of command. Perhaps after we do some drills with the Raidsars. I do believe it was amongst your ideas to share with them what we know about the Vempri.
Yes, ma'am. I trust your judgment.
He nods.
She looks to Glitch and back to Templar and smiles and says, I'm glad I got to know both of you through the dream.
I'm glad
It
we
was
are no
certainly
longer...
educational.
Certainly education. I'm glad you no longer hate me.
She shakes her head. I didn't hate you. I was scared of you. In the same way I'm scared of... She shrugs. Things I don't understand. To me, you were just painted as a villain. Or at least, the Raidsars were. So, you can understand my hesitation when you're supposed to be in charge of me. And I don't know whose side you're on or your past or anything about you.
It seems like she has things to say about that, but she chooses not to. She nods.
I know better now.
Good. I would rather you
That's all
be kneeling before me than me having to force you to kneel.
She looks towards Tommy, like as if she was going to say
minding
something.
his business.
Oh, okay. She looks towards Templar and says, "Maybe during Christmas."
She blinks with the like mouth open grin of like, yeah, but she doesn't say it. She just gives her that expression and then nods. I look very much forward to seeing that.
She nods. I did some crafting with what little bit of time I had, and I made a few things for everybody. I'm excited to give them during Christmas.
That's wonderful. Did you make something for me?
Yeah, but I can't exactly wrap it very well.
She gives
Oh,
her
that's
the
fun.
exact same look.
Oh, that's fun.
She shakes her head and says, "You guys will have to find out during Christmas."
I can't wait to unwrap it.
Mika shrugs and says, "Am I dismissed?"
Yes, Mika, you're dismissed.
She like summons the bird to her hand and like she just starts talking to it about like what they're planning to do today and how she's excited to go shopping. And she goes back to her room.
Maybe Mika with her passive perception. Tommy just looking over sees Templar very clearly tilting her head to get a good look at Mika as she leaves.
The moment the door closes, Tommy looks at Templar like, "Are you trying to fuck every woman on our team?"
I was not trying.
Uh-huh.
That one just sort of happened.
Uh-huh.
Not trying, succeeding.
Not trying, succeeding.
I can't
That's what I
help
thought you were
that I
gonna
have
say.
aura.
Simply. She shrugs. I can't help it. Ah. She like almost like kind of wipes her face, like trying to refocus. And next, Milo or Cyrus?
I think Shay's even here yet. Or free to talk.
Milo, Cyrus, whichever one of you two answers me first.
Whoever unmutes first.
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh,
Three.
here.
Niggas have been drinking, and I do not blame them. I'm one shot.
Yeah, fair.
You
Alright.
can tell that just from how I speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a slight slur. Very
There's a little slur.
Just a little bit.
A little bit, okay.
You're good though.
It's like the combo of, I'm sure, sleepy and alcohol. That's not doing
Yeah.
you favor.
Don't worry. This one's to you. Hana, set.
Okay.
I'm worried about us completing the shopping.
Oh.
Oh, we were never
Oh.
going to complete the shopping
No,
this
it was never
session.
gonna be completed.
We
but
just gotta
definitely
get
there.
shopping.
Started.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna do a bunch of starter pieces and start shopping anyway. Milo, you are called to Templar's office. / her bedroom.
Okay. He comes in and he sits down.
Welcome,
There
Milo.
are seats, right?
Yeah, kitchen stools. Milo,
Hello, Commander.
I was hoping to check in with you. We have had quite a number of developments around our team and Bermuda in general. I'd like to see if there's anywhere I can more align our goals, provide my assistance or counsel.
Alrighty. What do you want to do?
Let us start with, I believe, one thing that I think is very pressing. What you saw in the dream. Again, Tommy, everything mutes around you. Milo, your own HUD seems to disconnect, just kind of losing signal, unable to get anything. And then it just shuts off. You saw a number of important, sensitive details about the Reed Saws during the Soul Walk, as well as a meeting between a group of them called the Templars. Do you recall?
Aye, aye.
I cannot, at this current moment, speak freely on the classified materials that are the Templars, but I'm here to advise you that it would be in your best interest to forget you ever saw it. Mention nothing of it. It is a classification that even my rank would struggle to try and get access to. The only thing I want to run by you is that, well, if you were to encounter Templars again, I'll make mention of them, do immediately bring that to me or Glitch.
Commander, are you a Templar?
I was.
Hence the name. So, if you don't want me asking in the secrecy of this little meeting, what exactly happened to all of them and how come they're so classified?
I would imagine them like a high society club. They have their hands in everyone's pockets, and they have a lot of friends, power, and influence. And they don't like knowing that other people know about them. Very privated, very shy.
Oh yeah, like Illuminati kind of thing.
Similar. I would advise everyone stray away from ever crossing their crosshairs. Even myself, I am still not sure I want to return to such an organization.
How come you left in the first place?
I was exiled from my country. Not much contact with them since.
How come you got exiled?
She kind of huffs a little. It's still all blurry to me. But I imagine I did not handle that last mission you saw well. From what I recall, I was angry. Next
makes sense.
full picture I have is defending myself against my allies and then having to flee.
Classic case of amnesia. The heart goes out to you, Commander. So, we're not mentioning any of the Templars again. I got that.
I'm so sorry.
What else do you want to discuss?
There's more. I need to be right back. I'm so sorry. Be right back.
No problem.
Crying, sobbing, throwing up. I want to be where you're at right now, Alfred.
What do you mean?
You sound like you're having a good time.
You know, taking relaxation pills and drinks.
Yeah?
I've had this rum sitting in my room for a while now, so I haven't touched it. I don't know if that means it's fermented or not. I don't know.
The way that, like, I, honest to God, barely understood.
I like rum.
Rum is delicious.
James Cook, spiced gold.
Oh, yeah. That is the move for
Also-
sure.
Side note, I'm so glad my net held strong for my conversation.
Yeah. That came in clutch.
Congratulations.
Because when Mika came in and started, it cut out. I missed the entirety of Mika's combo.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't know if you were there for her narrowly avoiding getting brainwiped.
I
That
was there for
happened.
that, and then it cut out.
I was there, but I don't remember that one.
I'm not surprised, King. You're fine.
I know she was like wanting to replace Tiger or something, and
Yeah, he he talked about wanting to get more power within Domino.
Responsibility.
responsibility.
No, that's
within
what you
the
said. No. You said responsibility, but that's what you meant.
Can we put her on like
Oh, ma'am.
drinks or something? Maybe make her like a secretary.
Let her do all the paperwork. I'm sure she'll
Yeah.
love
Isn't she
that.
already basically a secretary at some point?
She'd be okay
Yeah.
doing the paperwork.
Office worker?
I mean, that's more power, so works out.
Just like get rid of does all of Templar's busy works.
Congratulations. You're doing your old job, but now you're also Domino.
Just have a little more authority in some things.
Why did you just get super quiet?
Who?
You're so quiet. What the fuck?
Who?
And that's
Oh, I turned my own headphones down.
You're making me want to break out the wine I got in that fridge.
Honestly,
Have I been misled? I thought this was a drinking session.
it is a session.
No.
It is a drinking session. I'm also drinking. I just wish I was at
Alfredo.
that level.
Alfredo, make no mistake. It's lost, brother, but I'm just not speaking yet, so we haven't seen it.
Okay, fair enough. I wait. Veils up. He gradually.
I've been
grateful.
forced to roleplay more, and I haven't been able to drink as much because of it.
I can't
Not
drink.
both shots back, sister.
I'm
do
about to
get-
be. I want to be on your level. I want to have fun.
I do get sleepy when I drink, though. That's why I've been
Yeah.
hesitant.
Oh boy.
Like, I want to, but I don't want to be big eepy. Like, that would suck.
That's gonna come in a little bit for me, but I should be offended. Wow.
I'm sad that I can't drink with you guys.
I'm back. Okay.
How come? No
My
alcohol?
medication doesn't mix with alcohol.
Oh, rip. I'll get you some pro medication now.
Yeah, let's find the pro medication alcohol. It's gotta exist.
Bro, I'll just get you some weed. You'll be good.
Yeah,
as
just give me some weed or
Yeah.
something else.
Fuck yeah. Back to it. Keep it pushing. What's that? Keep your mouth shut about the Templars. That was that one. You're still hunting your sister.
Yes, sir, Commander.
Astrid, remember?
Yeah, that's her name as my sister, but I'm not exactly sure. Stop laughing at me.
Sorry, I can't.
I'm not exactly sure what her name is outside of the family.
And I don't
It's not a
see-
laughing matter, sorry.
You don't have any more
I've been at
pictures.
the eggnog.
You have no picture or other alias that she might go by?
Maybe like Astrid Windsor or something.
Windsor.
Can Tommy Google her?
Mountbatten. Mountbatten.
Assuming
Windsor.
she's connected to the main royal family.
Tommy does not need to search very far. The name Astrid
Awesome.
Windsor pretty much immediately pings a disciple that is in the UK royal family. Though it is more so highlighted out of several text boxes as the name goes Evelyn II, Mountbatten Windsor, with her middle name being Astrid.
She's a disciple?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
What
think
year
so.
did she get back?
She got back 2048, if I'm not mistaken.
Keeping that in mind for the future. He's gonna throw a digital picture up for everyone to view.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a.
Templar nods. So I was alluding to. Spins the picture over to Mylea, showing him. He's here. I saw this girl at the delegation meeting.
Yeah.
Templar just kind of like shakes her head.
What's your goal with her?
Okay. I thought you'd be more excited to see her.
There's a lot of things going on right now. I want to meet her and all, but I don't know. Between all this shit going on with my dad, I don't know if it's the best time for me and her to make proper acquaintance. Besides, I don't know exactly how her giving over to the Windsors is gonna translate to me, re-establishing contact. I already made a bit of a introduction in the dreamscape. Met her in one of her dreams, a recounting of the invasion back in Russia. She knows who I am. Knows me by a different name, at least. Some kind of knight. Like, Shovel Knight or some shit. And, yeah, maybe I could establish contact that way. Dumped a lot on her, so don't know if she'll believe you or not, but I don't know. It might be worth it in the long run.
Wait, you want to establish contact as a fake Ritzer?
I just want to know how she's doing. Understand a bit more about her situation. I mean, clearly she's recognized as some kind of crown prince. I don't know about you guys, but I've never exactly heard of an adopted kid being recognized as a crown prince. I'm not sure if the royal family are trying to pass her off as their own, biologically or not.
There are no mentions of her adoption. As far as everyone is concerned, she is Evelyn Mountbatten Windsor's daughter.
She named her after herself?
Templar shrugs.
God, what a narcissist. Well, it's about making sure that the reintroduction is gradual, that she doesn't get suspicious, think that I'm trying to, poison her against her family or whatnot. Besides, if they get note of it, maybe they'll start blabbing about things, get stuff shut down before I need it to be shut down.
I believe she's been invited to the Christmas party.
In Russia?
That is where we are all at.
Forget
currently.
about the.
Oh, goody. That'll be a nice way to see her again. Are you in person for the first time?
Sounds like a hell of a reunion.
I could think of worse places than a Christmas party.
Would you like help with that introduction? Perhaps
What do you mean?
Perhaps a more formal introduction might immediately garner you more grounds for credibility. If I were to introduce you as Agent of Bermuda. She may know you from this dream as a knight, but it is a dream and dreams are fickle things. You have already been seen fighting in Russia alongside me and some of the other Bermuda agents. Give yourself the title of Agent Bulldog, and she will likely take you seriously.
Okay. Sounds like a good introduction plan. Go with that.
As my question would be is, would you like for me to stay with you while you meet with her and discuss, or after said introductions are made, do you want to talk to her on your own?
I'll give you an indication if I need you to guess. But I don't see any reason why you need to get scarce. You know what I mean?
He nods. Very well. If you think of any other way I can help you with this, do let me know. Family is important. I'd like for you at least to have a
Same.
good first meeting with her. If nothing else. Even if you do not reveal all your secrets and your affiliation, at least having a pleasant memory with your sister on Christmas could motivate you.
Hey, Commander, do you know anything about where you come from? Like, whether or not who your parents were or anything? The village you came from, the district of Russia you descend from.
She smiles. Taking an interest in me now.
Oh, I've got to make things topical.
I was born in St. Petersburg. I was not very familiar entirely with my parents. I was raised by my grandfather. You would know him as Ambassador Inga. When I awakened, I was 8 years old. And, well, the Ritsars came to claim me.
And you've been with them ever since.
She nods. Milo
Any-
can make an insight check.
Can Tommy make an inside check?
Can also make an insight check.
Fuck yeah, I love being low-key involved in all this shit.
Second in command privileges.
Hell yeah.
Can I hero point that?
If you please, yeah.
Get the 18 or
Get the
am I rolling with
18.
advantage?
Did we roll for the 18? I see. Okay. So, she said when she was 8 years old, she awoke. It's quick mental math, but that would mean she awoke 2028. Which is 2 years before the first awakenings started happening around the planet. And since the Ritsars and the Inquisition took me, I've been with them ever since. I asked my grandfather once what happened to my parents, to which he did not want to speak on them much. He simply said they died. I've never been entirely sure if that's true or not. I've never looked into it too much. If they are alive, they weren't there for those first 8 years. At least I can't remember them. And then afterwards, my family was the Ritsars.
Huh. Got any particular favorite places in St. Petersburg? Any fond memories?
She takes a deep breath in. It used to be Catherine Palace.
Damn.
Grandfather said
Oh.
that's where I was named after. The late Catherine the Great.
Catherine Inga. Nice name.
He smiles.
Suits you.
Thank you. My name is what also got me my moniker. The Psionic Tsaritsa. After the Great One.
Ever wanted to return there?
Not the palace, but definitely the city. It's a vast, beautiful city. Lots of history, architecture, and the people. Moscow prides itself on being the capital of this country and having stood the test of time, but St. Petersburg is really where the culture is. Moscow is about survival, grit, keeping this vast country centralized and unified in one point. But St. Petersburg is it's where all the people lived. The monarchs, the tourists, the invaders. I would like to take this group some time. There's plenty of nice places to eat.
Maybe I can bring a bit of St. Petersburg to you.
them
Maybe.
now. It'll be quite the surprise if you do. But
Anything else we need to discuss, Commander?
yes. I want to get your ideas on William Bremer, and by extension, those he allies himself with. If what he says is true, and the woman with him, who we believe is Madeline Talbot, is with child, that would make that child your family, by blood, if not by name.
Yeah.
I wanted to pick your brain. Do you have any plans? What you'd like to do about that situation?
Oh, well, in worst case scenario, I could raise him myself.
You think yourself fit to raise a child?
Oh, fuck no, but I mean, who else is going to do it?
Someone who is?
Who's fit to raise a child? I mean, did you think you were fit to raise Tommy when he came under your care? But you didn't. But you had a load of doubts. Doubts is part of parentage, sure. Guardianship, I guess. But someone's got to step up and hit that mark, and, well, if the need arises, I'm willing to be that one to do it.
So you'd say you aspire to be a good parent for this child?
Ah, good older brother. Parent makes me feel too old. I'm only 22.
Unfortunately, that is exactly what you want to have to be. If your father is a criminal, wanted by several governments, and this child's mother must die to ensure that Hel and Cordelia regain their life, then this child will have no parents other than those who wishes to provide for him. It would have to be you, if that is a responsibility you're considering, but it does not have to be you, if that is a responsibility you don't think you can handle.
It doesn't matter if I think I can handle it or not. He's my younger brother. I've got a duty to him.
She shakes her head. I believe you are entitled to be in this child's life. You are his brother. But that does not mean you're entitled to be his parent. I'm not here to dissuade you from trying, and I'm not here to dissuade you from manning up and getting your shit together to be a good parent. But I'm simply trying to counsel you that until you are prepared to be a father, because that is what this boy deserves, perhaps he could be left in the care of someone else.
He rubs his temple. Who do you suggest?
Do you have any family, allies in London, perhaps, that you think could care for him? Anyone that...
I would raise him in fucking London.
Well, then if not there, she thinks. You want to be in this child's life, but I believe it is prudent that I still offer this as a choice. The Ritsars.
He frowns at that. You want to make him a child soldier?
I want to give him an education, a house, food on his table, instructors, trainers, people who will be patient with him and guide him through unlocking his vessel abilities should he be born with them, which, given his lineage, is very likely.
He keeps the frown on his face even as he looks like he's considering it.
And it is not forever. Once the boy is knighted, he does have more autonomy, still serving the country, but he does have most of the freedoms I suppose the West has for their adults. I'm not saying he would have the perfect life, or even an easy one, but he would have one where he would need for nothing. He would have friends, mentors, food and shelter. And the Ritsars have the policy of allowing vessel abilities to grow to the wielder. Yes, of course, it is a military organization, so we will try to make his powers useful in military applications, but that does not mean that's the only places such powers can be used. Take your own, for example. You're a bulldog. You could tear down walls, doors, given your new awakening, I've seen it. You can also save people. Cure disease, close their wounds. You don't have to be a soldier that kills, you can be a soldier that saves. An idea. One I'm not asking you to make a decision on now, but it is something I want you to consider. I've spoken with Cordelia, and as I've just advised you, Madeline Talbot, this child's mother, will likely be dead by the time this child has the perception to even know what a mother is. And the father, I can't imagine, will be in the picture.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means your father is a criminal. And unless you plan to allow him to take this child on the run with him, he will likely remain on the run or be arrested or killed.
I mean, who among us isn't a criminal? Who hasn't done something a little bad? What's a massacre between friends?
She...
Sure, if he pledged himself to Bermuda, he could set himself on the fast track to redemption of some sort.
We're talking about the same man who wants to do that whole Einajar god thing, right?
I can talk him out of it. He's gonna listen to his son. His firstborn. His kid.
Preventing future crimes from being committed, noble, does not erase the ones that already have been. Perhaps I cannot speak for the United States. Perhaps they are willing to pardon him for any crimes they have against him. Maybe the UK as well, but Russia certainly never allow it.
What's he done? Steal some shitty spear? Come on.
Raided a
It's not
city.
even that bad.
If you recall, that city was occupied hostilely. People died. Property was destroyed. Lives were ruined.
He squints a little bit at that. Okay, that is pretty bad, but, maybe an apology would, go a long way.
I'll say she laughs a little bit. Your optimism surely is something to get used to.
It'd just suck if I went all this way to find jail cell for the rest of his remaining.
I don't imagine he'll remain in a jail cell for the rest of his life. Bermuda has use for even the filth. Maybe he'll be whipped into shape by Whisper. He smiles.
Oh, Christ, no. I'd rather he die than go through that.
Well, then we seem to be
I don't know, I
an
feel like she did a
impasse.
great job.
I would agree. She is quite good at commanding obedience and discipline.
I'm sure she is. Whether she's suited for my father or not should remain with me, no?
Whipping him into shape?
Yeah.
Keeping him in line, more so. I digress. I just want to hear from you that if the time were to come where this child's mother must die, that there is something planned for this child, that he is not just relegated to the whims of the situation in the moment. I would ask.
If I can give my
Oh, go ahead.
2 cents. Maybe something to keep in mind, Bulldog. When are you gonna have time to raise a child?
I could make time for him.
Have you ever held or been in the same room as an infant?
No.
Templar does literally like stifle a laugh, like, oh, by the father.
I would deeply consider not only researching what that life is like alone, but given your current career, and I'm assuming dedication to ensuring there's a world for this child to live in, considering external people to look after it. Him. Keep that in mind.
If you do not,
He leans on his palm as he looks at both Templar and Tommy, scratches his head and goes, well, you two were both raised within the Ritsar system. You'd know better than most what it's like being raised in such a place. If you can honestly look me in the eyes and tell me you think it would be worth it, then I'll give it serious consideration.
he looks at Tommy, letting him answer first.
I'm trying to get reunited, if that says anything.
Templar looks to him.
They accept everyone, no matter the circumstance.
The Ritsars is a foundation for those uniquely gifted to do more with their lives than the common man. And not all Ritsars must be grandiose or great or risk their lives. There are Ritsars who have abilities that have no military or battlefield capabilities or applications whatsoever, and they are used elsewhere, whether it be to, again, research, help others, build, create, demolish. The Ritsars will employ them once they are old enough to be employed. And yes, if the country is under crisis, yes, they will be put to battlefields where they can be used. But I believe for those first couple of years that this child desperately needs guidance and care, the Ritsars is a great home.
Okay. I'll give it some thought.
She nods. If the time comes that we must engage Madeline or the others before such a final course has been set, do you consent to me making a decision for you?
I'll be there to make the decision myself.
There's no
Don't worry
guarantees.
about that.
I will not.
I'll guarantee it.
She shakes her head. If you're not comfortable with me making the decision, just say so.
I think it should be up to me now. Given I'm the one who's pushing for it to live.
Or Cordelia.
You and Cordelia
Given that I'm
should
the
make-
one pushing for it to live.
Listen,
He
I
repeats
love y'all.
himself.
I also want this
Who's
child.
her mother to die?
He's so real for that though.
He is really over there.
I also want this child to live, Milo. This is why I'm trying to find a path that we can begin building for him, so that we are ready for his arrival. Because I don't believe whatever path your father or his mother has set for him will be explored.
Oh no. They're gonna use him for whatever they want to. If you feel like you have the child's interest in heart, and you make the decision, sure, I consent to it.
She nods. I will not make such a decision if it is not absolutely necessary. I believe you and Cordelia should have the final say in who cares for this child, where he goes, if he's given to the Reed Saws or taken to some foster provider within Bermuda. There are daycares in the military. There are nannies you can hire, and I imagine your salary isn't particularly small to do so. Those are temporary fixes. They're not homes. Just something to start thinking about.
I'll think about it.
She nods. On that matter, you and Cordelia.
He quirks his eyebrow. Go on.
How are you with her?
I mean, relationship's a little strained, I guess, but I'm feeling alright with it.
Nods. Oh well. I leave it to your business. If there's anything you seek counsel or would like for me to aid you in some regard, don't hesitate to ask. I do want good relations, not just forced cooperation in my ranks. So,
He shakes his head. No forced cooperation. Just focus all efforts on making her better. Helping her return to life and all that jazz.
she nods.
That's all.
The current path is to eliminate those who stole her goddess's power. Restoring Hell also restores Cordelia to life. Best thing any of us can do for her is find her mother and find her father and bring them to justice as swiftly and decisively as possible.
Sounds good. I can agree on that.
She nods. Do you have any family or close confidants or mentors that you have not seen in some time?
That's a question. That is a question. Well, there's a few people who I'd like to see, but exactly how I'm going to get to see them, I'm not sure how you could help on, but I suppose should always be open for it. Rebecca, back when I was in MI6, she was my hippies. She, nice woman. Like to see her again. Yeah, it'd be nice to see again, and I got a date for Patrick's Day. Guy who I knew back in London called Ali. Like to see him too.
St. Patrick's Day can be done. As long as we have no operations, I believe your pass would allow you to travel where you please. I'll see if I can reach out to Rebecca, see if we can get you a secure line. If you wish to discuss or just speak with her again. It is the holidays. People are about to get busy, so it is good to check in on those we still consider our friends.
I don't know how she'll see me after I ran out on her, but I mean, sure, let's be optimistic, friendly. That'll be nice.
Well, if she hangs up on you as soon as she hears your voice, you can just keep it pushing.
Mm-hmm. He thumbs up.
There's also, if the matter of your powers, second awakening is rare. She simply just kind of laughs. It never sounded like you got proper education or training for your first awakening.
Mm-hmm.
How are you handling your powers?
Oh, pretty decent, all things. Say, Commander, you got a favorite flower?
A favorite what?
Flower. You know, petals, kind of standard stuff. Fauna. You know what I mean, right?
Thinks about it. Huh. I didn't particularly put much thought into that, no.
Well, think about it. I'm thinking... He looks at her for a second. Siberian fawn lily. Looks like it did soon yet.
Siberian lilies. I have seen those before. I can't think of anything else. I've never really put much thought into flowers or significance. Rarely been gifted them either, so I just know that
I
roses
find that
are
hard to believe.
kind of tilts her head a little.
Beautiful woman like you, not getting gifted flowers. I don't know, it seems incomplete to me.
I don't believe many Ritsars saw me as delicate, as being an appreciator of flowers, for lack of a better way of putting it. My ways of affection were typically more physical. Not to say that I didn't enjoy a good gift, it's just not many people gave me gifts.
You're not making the process of going through being a Ritsar sound very appealing, you know.
Well, that is
No
because
gift,
I am built
no
different.
flowers.
That's not to say that it did not happen. Vanya,
I don't think you're built that different. You like flowers just as much as the rest of us. But you'd like a flower right now.
snickers a little bit and kind of laughs.
Mallow, I have to ask, just for the sake of my sanity, are you hitting on Templar right now?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay, that's all I
Incredible.
need to know.
I picked up as much.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
If you're
I won't
seeking-
leave you out, don't worry.
Raises an eyebrow.
Bulldog's you're so drunk right now.
If
Of the
you're-
flowers, I mean. Of the flowers, not the hitting on. Jesus Christ, I still see him as a boy.
Nice save, nice save.
Uh-huh. Right.
If you're seeking permission
I'm
to...
a little insulted you're not asking if I want flowers, but that's fine.
Oh, I already know what I'm getting you. Russian tiger lily. I mean, it fits the name, right?
Alright.
Ruin the surprise though.
If you want permission to gift me things, you have it. I find my affection is most stirred when people give me things. I don't own...
Oh, I wasn't looking. Hell, the lack of permission makes it even better to an extent. I always was a bit of a rule breaker. And who better to break the rules for?
Then your commanding officer?
She folds her legs, kind of leans forward, resting her head on her palm of her hand, looking at him. No. Allow him to continue. This is putting a smile on my face.
I do, but fuck.
Can't overdo it, Commander. What'll be left?
Oh, you never cease to surprise me, Milo. It's one of the things most charming about you.
You never cease to get my blood pumping, Commander. In many, many ways. You are terrifying yet arousing. I give you that.
Jesus, do I need to leave the room?
She puts a hand to her chest like she's clutching her pearls, and she does blush a little bit at that. Oh. I seem to have done my job perfectly then. Thank you for that.
No problem. Now then, I feel like I've taken up too much of your time already. How's about we get Agent Vale in here and complete this little caveat?
I also
Am
need
I
to
committed to
speak
stay or
with
should I
Spence.
leave?
Well, there is one thing I wanted to go over, just hard to shift into. You do not like things messing with your mind. Almost dramatically so.
He nods.
Ponders that for a little. I would like to set you up with regulated check-ins with Dr. Murray.
It was like therapy.
Yes. Person to help you sort yourself out when you feel overwhelmed or don't trust me or those around you. This is one person that even I do not have access to his information.
How regular are we talking? Like, once every week or something?
Once a week. Sounds plenty. If you feel that you want to visit him more often, you are full at liberty, so long as it fits within his own schedule.
Alrighty. I can do that. And, thank you, both of you. I'm glad that you've, considered me and, more importantly, considered the kid. Didn't really think it was going to be high on your priorities, but, I've been pleasantly surprised by this little bit.
I do try and pay attention as much as I can to the communication shared amongst my team's HUDs. It is part of how I keep in touch with all of you, even when you're not telling me things.
Snoopy bastard.
She smiles. There are plenty of things that I let you handle on your own. You're grown men and women. You don't need your commander holding your hand, but it does not mean I don't want to help you. I do want to help you.
Good always to send down and talk to us one-on-one, Commander. I certainly wouldn't complain about more of your company. At least not on a good day.
Well, do try and seek me out more often when I am alone and stressed, and we can have a good back and forth.
Oh, I'm sure you can. I'm willing to give more than I'm willing to receive.
She is laughing. You're dismissed, Milo.
You got a nice laugh, Commander. It's nice to see it every once in a while. Tommy, I'll see you on. He stands up.
Yeah, see you in a little while, bud.
Take care. He gives them both finger guns and then walks out.
Cyrus! Psycho.
Let me get this phone call ready.
Do it. Fredo, I hope you're not getting more alcohol. Unless you are, then party.
Oh, he's typing.
Never mind.
Need toilet.
Has been forwarded to voicemail.
Vale is last, brother.
I am shit after, nigga.
If you are
Why
not,
do you want to be last?
are you free to
Gotta
talk
be
right
last.
now? Is my more important question.
It'd probably be secret anyway. Oh, okay.
All right, sure. Yeah,
Very well.
fine. Okay. Milo exits, and Vale is called in to Templar's room.
Will you drag me to the wall, or should
I
I?
will drag you. Yoink.
Lovely. If it isn't my powerful, ever-inspiring commander, I die.
I die.
Everyone here is sucking her dick today, and I'm just here.
It has
It's
been
fine.
such an invigorating day, she says, big grin.
Respectfully, Ty, you can't complain about that. At least not for me.
Wait, she raises an eyebrow.
I mean, I
Yeah?
can complain a little bit.
Yeah? My. Calm it down, you two. Sit.
I gotta get some attention somewhere.
She goes and hugs Vale.
Yugs are back.
You see it, right?
So what do I owe this check-in?
Lots of developments around Bermuda and our own team as well. Lots of developments amongst yourselves. It was not 24 hours ago. No, not 48 hours ago, more so. That you all awoke a second time. I wanted to just do a general check-in. See where your mind is at. Any issues or goals that you might seek my aid in, or Bermuda's resources for. Perhaps just my counsel.
Huh. Well, I've discovered something about the nature of my vessel abilities that I was unfamiliar with. Or I suppose the nature of shadows themselves. They seem to act as,
I don't know what it.
I don't know if I guess window can work, or an entry point for souls.
Yes, shadows are the mirrors of the souls. Eyes are the windows to them, etc., etc.
I've had two interactions where I found that those who are bonded to other things, well, they seem to be within the shadow.
Huh.
What were these two interactions?
One with Cordelia, where
So
quite unexpectedly I found Estella, yes.
She has been known to be able to transport herself through shadows.
Another interaction, well, I found myself desecrated after leaving an individual shadow.
Crosses her arms, big quirked eyebrow. Huh. And who is the individual?
I've been advised not to speak on that detail.
She tilts her head.
Classified.
Very well.
Telepathically, he'll connect to Templar and Tommy. Lazarus.
Nice.
I was told
Oh
not to
thank
speak
God, I
it
was
out
so worried
loud.
it was still me.
I can think it. They didn't tell me
But I
not to think
didn't
it.
think it. Oopsie. I thought it
Oh no!
in front of psychics. Oops.
Oh, bro.
Hmm. Very peculiar. Have you found yourself being able to do this willingly? As in, is there a way you can connect to people's entities not residing in their shadows? If you could do it from outside.
Well, I haven't really tested this thing out. I could test the thing that I believe I can do. I'm unsure if that will help with that or not.
I am very curious to see what evolutions you've unlocked, or perhaps are on the cusp of unlocking.
All right. I guess I'll ask, try not to resist this then.
She nods.
Okay, so now I'm so intrigued right now.
And
That's how we lost Vale. He died.
yes, yes it is.
I will not resist. I consent.
And then he will
Oh,
put his hand in a tent, and his shadow will shoot out towards Templars.
She does not resist, will only fails, and is charmed. Technically.
And
You see her like try to move a little bit, and there's a lot of pushback. You've paralyzed me, it would seem.
Vale stands up from his seat and will just walk over here. Not quite.
Templar stands from her seat and walks along the edge of the counter. Oh, she says as she walks over.
Mm-hmm.
You see her wide-eyed, big, excited smile. Possession. At least that's how it
Assault,
feels.
yes.
giving Simon says.
Very much so. Ma, you could be very
Sort of
devious with this kind of ability.
I have plans, but
God.
that's those are Christmas plans. But anyway,
Merry Christmas to the lucky recipients.
then I have one other theory, but this could be a terrible idea.
Well, as figuring as I can go nowhere else currently, do elaborate.
A sort of cast message to Tommy. Just be like, I want to hop in her shadow, but I'm so afraid that I'm just gonna get brain blasted for trying.
Fucking hop into mine. I beg of you.
You're send message to him again. You don't have a demon in yours. She's the one
I
that has a demon
know.
in hers.
I know. Do you want to be brain blasted?
I'm trying to see a demon.
Oh, fucking hell. Well, good luck then.
I'll try to pull you out if I can.
Just so you know what's happening.
Just blink out. What the fuck?
You're like, I'm gonna try walking into your shadow, right, Commander?
Her eyes kind of like widen and she stops smiling. Are you sure that's safe for you?
No. Ooh, I can get an emergency escape rope. Hang on. Ty, come here.
Yeah, what's up? Hops over the couch.
I'll hold out your hand,
Okay.
and he'll tap it, and a mark will show up on it.
Okay.
All right. Now I can teleport to you.
Oh, fun.
Well, wish me luck.
Have fun.
And I enter Templar's shadow.
You step into Templar shadows.
It's nice knowing you.
Really?
Like
had
walking
fun?
down the steps into a pool. One point you're waist deep. One point you just kind of bend your knees and sink into the water. And you're under. Gone from sight. In the shadows, you look around. You feel cobwebs on your skin.
Mm.
You feel silk streaking across your face like a finger gliding down your chin. You feel something itching at your leg, crawling up your leg. But you see nothing else in the space with you. In the darkness, there is just you and the light above shining, giving you a window out.
I suppose I'd have to say something, see something. Nah, we're not gonna get too brazy yet. Then I will step out of the shadow. I feel like, yeah, I'm probably gonna need to go to Faith after that one.
Templar looks you
Are
over.
you okay?
Her eyes shimmer green. Looks Vale up and down. Yes, you should.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, worth a shot. And he lets her go from the shadow possession.
See her shoulders drop a little bit. Little sad eyebrows. Sorry about that.
It's a hand on her shoulder.
What did you say, Tommy?
Oh, he just put the hand on her shoulder, reassuring.
I'm sure if I can evolve or work on the ability, I might be able to do something more.
I believe all of you deserve more prompt vessel education and training. Now that you've had your second awakenings, you may be unsure exactly how far your limits go. She clicks her
Is
HUD.
it a second or a first?
was technically a reawakening.
Yeah, I guess yours was more of a jump start.
Mm-hmm.
She clicks her HUD, and everyone gets a small notification. It just says, for the following weeks, training drills are going to be personalized vessel training.
Ooh, that's fun.
Instead of military tactics, you guys will be training your vessel abilities with Templar.
Curious.
Curious indeed. Other than that, she clicks her HUD and you see her sending some messages. Is there anything else bothering you? Or anything else you'd like assistance with?
I guess it's really the same stuff as what I wanted when I first came here. Except it feels like the problem is coming to me rather than I to it.
Your father does work in strange ways.
I've learned that the Zaki are here.
She nods.
And to what capacity, I suppose, is to be determined. I learned they were applying for ambassadorship, but I worry of the ramifications if they're denied.
She nods with him.
Goes and sits back down. And that's only half the problem, really.
She keeps a hand, or lifts a hand to his shoulder. You're not alone. Count on us to be there, should you need our help.
It gets worse than just having to face them or anything. It's, well, I've recently been informed that they don't think I'm dead.
How is that? They believe you escaped, or are unwilling to classify you as dead until they've seen the body.
Something like that. To a degree where they have a name for me.
Oh yeah? What's the name?
Almanfu, the Exile.
Exile.
Can you get any more badass of a name?
Psionic Saritsa might have him beat. It's a good start.
Full name aside, there are ramifications.
Right.
If I am identified as Koba, best case scenario, I'll be reckoning with the Zaki placing A rank bounties after me. Or I suppose that's if they recognize me as Almanfu. If they recognize me as Koba, I'll be hunted by the lion directly.
Crosses her arms. If you know they're here, they'll likely want you dead. If they can confirm where you are exactly, they'll likely come for you themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tricky situation to find yourself in.
Indeed.
Size. Currently, the request for ambassadorship is being voted on. I believe the undecided votes, Mr. Hayato of Japan, she thinks. Councillor Evelyn, the first of the UK, Minister Vok of Russia, General Maverick of the United States, Julie de Leon of France, Admiral Bartolomeo of Italy, me trying to find the last name. Where is it? I just had it.
Was it the people we did that in that one mission? In the last campaign? Where are the names?
No.
The French?
Julie de Leon was already
Jordan
mentioned.
Prime Minister
Oh, yeah.
Bergman. Funnily enough, Milo saved his life.
Well, that's an end.
They are the last votes in deciding whether or not the Zaki should be granted the ambassadorship in recognition of the UN.
The problem, at least for me, is I don't know what is the better outcome. If they are denied, I can only assume violence will follow.
She nods.
If they are accepted, that is ease of access.
If the Zaki are accepted, they will have the world stage to publicize their ideals, their rhetoric. If they are not, you might be right. We'll likely see some pushback or consequence. Do you believe that if Aslan were dead, the Zaki should remain the Empire, Africa united, as far as it has been?
Aslan and his relative Savimbi would need to die.
She nods.
The Empire, I think, need only remain if the people of it wish for it to.
I'm sadly too unfamiliar with African politics to truly know where the people would side.
It almost feels as if the information blockade on Africa is by design.
That makes sense.
Smirks. If Aslan dies, then the world superpowers that be can sink their clutches into Africa and divide it once again as they wish. It'll
And
be-
I, honestly, would hate that.
Understandable.
Fair. Which means that if that is to be prevented, the Zaki must remain as stalwartly powerful as they are to be a deterrent, yet ideally not in opposition of the summit defense.
Some of the closest people from my childhood are higher ups within the Zaki.
think they would turn on their king.
Perhaps. Hard to say. However, Raven, am I allowed to share further intel I learned with my commander?
She has O4 clearance. You're good.
And her second. Please.
He has O3 clearance. He's good.
Okay. Well, when I went to speak to Shugo on things, I saw him quite... Well, he shared with me footage of him quite possibly killing one of my friends.
Eyes go wide,
Now,
and then they slowly sharpen with anger.
now, if what he did was fatal to her, I could speak to her, thanks to Remnant.
Gain insight.
Exactly. I just know that will leave me in quite a state.
Are you?
I would ask if would you two be comfortable being there for that?
She nods immediately. Of course. That is what you'd like to do. Do you?
I think I'd want Remnant there as well.
Nods.
We can arrange that.
Before we shift too far off topic, is that something you want to do now?
I think I could do that now.
First, don't know how distracted you are by that, but is there anything else on your mind? You'd like to run by me, considering this may be taxing on you.
Keep things for a moment. I have noticed a shift in myself. Ever since I've gotten here with Domino, I've started to act less like I was in New Orleans and more like I was in Africa. I know not if that means I am regressing or not.
You just showed off the ability to possess someone with your shadows. How is that regressing?
I don't mean inability.
You mean in your
More so,
in yourself?
yes.
In what ways have you regressed? What behaviors or thoughts plague you?
Sort of a steady growing bloodlust. Those would be the more negative of them. Otherwise, it's find myself less polite, more assertive.
less empathetic.
Yes.
Her
You know
gaze
what's bringing
drifts to
about
Tommy.
those shifts? Why do you think that's occurring?
I think it's because I'm comfortable.
And you're sure about that?
I guess. Sort of two parts. Domino, I feel like I don't need to hide as much about myself. There's that. And then there is just that itching that they're here, they're close, they're breathing down my neck, and I need to be ready. And if I'm not like I was before, I won't be.
Wraps an arm around his shoulder. You'll be even more ready now than you ever would have been before.
The stress of life and death that you had with the Zaki does not equate skill.
Does not equate to what?
Skill. Or power.
No conviction. Fear of death turned into obedience, turned into power. I know that feeling well. But I found that conviction is a much more lethal and fueling source for your power. Things to fight for, people to fight for. Knowing that if you fall, everyone behind you now has to face that next monster, that next villain. It's okay to be afraid. God knows I am. You have so many more things to fight for now than you did when you were with them. You are much stronger.
I am much stronger, but so are they. They didn't stagnate. Feels almost like I did in comparison.
Well, you're not alone, are you?
The worst part is, for an opponent like Aslan, that might raise your chances. Being alone, that is.
Brad,
He,
no one of us can take that man on alone. Perhaps I, in my prime, could have.
how he operates, it's a bait. It's an obfuscation. He will call out in a public way a challenge for those who come and face him by themselves. When they're not indeed fighting him alone, he's taking power from everyone simply around him. The audience itself, that's the trap.
We will not fight him somewhere where he can make a show of it. Fighting him on his terms Never. That will never happen. If he dares show his face in Russia, he is not going to find many friends or support here. And we have means of taking out such eyes if that is what he feeds on. If he hunts in Russia, he will find himself hunting alone. His pride could not save him here.
I'd even go to the lengths of ensuring his pride is not around when that does happen. It's likely their fear of him also plays a role.
He nods, but it doesn't quite look like he believes that sentiment.
He rubs his back.
Regardless, he then ifs. Then I guess the last point of stress that I have, which I have been sort of using to fuel conviction, but when it comes to the Vempri threats, I believe Vanya has given up.
Kind of shakes her head. Given up? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What she learned on her discipleship took her hope. Especially when she returned and those found things quite different.
Lar sits on that, closes her eyes. And I did not remember her when I saw her. Shakes her head. You can tell the immediate guilt that sits in her face and on her shoulders. She frowns a little.
However, I believe I convinced her to put her faith in me.
Except him.
Those that is the weight I now carry. I'm not allowed to fall, or else much more is lost.
Takes his hand, squeezing it tightly. But for Vanya, I will not let you fall. I promise.
He smiles at that. Thank you. Both of you.
We're here for you.
I think I'm ready to try to speak to her. My friend, that is.
Right.
Right.
She taps her HUD. And Cordelia gets a new invitation to Templar's room.
So make her way back.
Told her
Probably
to
in
put
the
on something nice and then summoned her back again.
was looking at like what to wear, holding stuff up to Estella, who's no help because Estella says everything looks good on her. There's no critique here.
Oh, Estella would give more minute details, like, oh, that one tied around your hips, love it. Ooh, that one actually shows off your arms a lot. I don't know if people are into arms. You're not really like muscularly, but that might be a big
Into
plus for a lot of guys.
Arms? What is this? Like the 19th century? Like ankles? What?
I mean, ankles can be very sexy. Have you ever put on an ankle bracelet?
Yes,
Then you know.
the club.
Yeah.
A new message arrived. Oh, and she will head back through the walls.
Through the walls.
Hello,
Hi.
Hello.
Oh.
B, please.
I could do it.
Hoping to ask for your aid in a small communion with the dead, presumably.
Oh. Well, I don't see a corpse, so
I kind of wave my tattooed fingers at her.
oh. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't need to facilitate it if that's what you're worried about.
Emotional support, my friend.
Oh, of course. I can be here for that.
Guess I'll give you context. I was recently shown footage of Shugo running his swords through my friend's heart, so we believe she may be dead. He didn't confirm the kill, so I suppose there is a gray area, but that's not exactly an injury most walk away from now, is it?
I see. Oh, I'll be here.
Alright, thank you.
I do want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam. If it's used and they're not dead, it's still used, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. She reminds him of that just on the off chance.
Oh, that would be an instant confirmation, wouldn't it then?
So,
Kinda
She'll step
I'll
closer.
stand up. Sort of stretch a bit. Take a deep breath. And then he'll outstretch his tattooed hand and say, Power.
so stretch your hand out. You see the skeletal tattoos on your fingers move to your command. Then mist escapes your palms. You all feel a cold chill run up your spine. You see the frost billowing out down your arm from your arm ring to your elbow, to your wrist, to your hand. And a figure starts to take shape. You see around you hands reaching out. They pop in for half a second before becoming translucent and disappearing. You see people in the corner of your eye moving, almost like they're checking around a corner to look at you. And just as you would look up to meet their eyes, they vanish. You feel the chill stretching down now to your fingertips. Frostbite taking your hand as you become numb. More and more frost fits in this silhouette. You see her. Pow. See her shape lining out with more details. You feel again the chill run up your spine. You start to hear groans. You start to hear breathing. And then it all goes silent as the silhouette opens its eyes. And she looks straight at you.
Right. Sort of just like a tear starts to leave from one of his eyes. Now I'm not quite sure what to say. Yes, yes.
You hear Hell speak to you.
Remnant will hold his hand.
Tell me, if you could have left Dazaki, would you have?
You see her think on that. Tilts her head, kind of looks up. Puts a finger to her lips. Thinking. Nah.
You can't help but laugh. Miss. Did you hate Koba?
Shakes her head. No. You feel like you're cracking the bones, like cracking the joints in your fingers as skeletal outlines start to slowly dissipate. 2 questions asked.
You hate Aslan.
Her eyes widen a little bit. Focuses on him again. Tilts her head. Yeah.
Hang on, I'm just double checking if these have to be yes or no questions.
They do not,
Yeah, I think she's just fucking with you, dude.
they do not need to be yes or no.
No,
questions.
no, she's not fucking with me. She's just stupid.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so fun.
Yeah, no.
Try asking a not yes or no question.
Yeah, no, he is. Okay. If Koba returns to face down Aslan, would you, Lek and Breeze, have joined and fought with him? Or would you have stayed at Aslan's side?
That one takes her a pause. You kind of see her like almost like flinch back at the question. Thinks on it. I'd man for you back. There's no one else the pride would follow. It is the king, or it is the usurper. Or there is no pride.
I don't know what else to ask her.
You don't need to ask her about everything going on now. Perhaps you could just say something to her that you would have liked to do, to have done so before.
Really, I am just sorry that I couldn't return before you were gone.
She kind of looks at him, nods.
Yes, my last question. Yes. There's two I want to ask, but I only have one left.
Is there a way you can combine them?
No.
Hmm.
The last one, I guess, that matters more. The little girl, the fire user, the one that he tried to kill me for hiding. Was she still around when you died? How is she? I guess that's two questions. How is she is the one I care more for.
A wide grin builds on her face. She shows her teeth. Unnerving, eerie, almost a wicked smile. She's still alive. She's very useful to the Pride. Very useful to me. Well, was.
Good to hear. Sort of now watches her, just a slight bit of fear now that he's asked his 5 questions, I believe. Did I ask 5 questions? I asked 5 questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She kind of just stays staring at you. It almost like she's trying to trace your face with her eyes. You feel it. The last bone in your hand crack. You feel your hand stretch out, palms open. And the mist around her slowly starts to dissipate from her feet. Her shape slowly blurring, like wind is pushing her away, blowing her body away.
Goodbye, Paula.
Bye, Koba. I think we'll see each other someday.
Okay.
The wind continues blowing at her waist, at her chest, at her neck. And you see her turn and look at Remnant.
What the fuck's she looking at me for?
You see the center of her eyes, her pupils, her irises, turning blue and white as the wind blows. And she smiles at you. She grins. The same wicked grin she just gave Koba. And then she's gone.
Can I insight that?
Go ahead.
Can I override her leaving and command her to stay?
Bitch, come back.
Explain that look. What was that?
What was that?
So medium key, can I insight her, or is it too late for me? I just want to know what this, like, if that's a smile, this expression I've recognized or not.
You can give an insight as well.
All right.
I don't know who the fuck this lady is. Woo! Sheesh!
You remember Paula always having this wicked grin and this snicker to her whenever she knew something that you didn't. Whether it be a good surprise or a uh-oh, you're in trouble kind of expression, she always had that same grin.
Mm.
Like, haha, I know something you don't. Remnant, you feel like she recognized you. Why else would she smile at you that way if she didn't know something about you? Either recognize your face, recognize something about this speaking with dead. Something about you made her smile. Not knowing her or what exactly that could be, it's kind of hard to tell. But again, it has that feeling of like, I know something you don't.
I really want to try to figure out what to roll to get any kind of lead on what the fuck that would be, but I don't know what that would be. Me missing my warlock abilities and soul capture spell.
And then she's gone.
Well, we'll sort of start to like slink down to his knees.
Remnant will sit with him.
He's like processing the emotion, but The stars in his eyes are moving kind of rapidly, like he's really thinking about something. Cordelia,
Yes.
you saw her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Pawa. Can you humor me?
Okay.
Can you cast sending to her?
I'll try. I'll cast sending.
Ping the sending spell for me, please.
No, what if I just do it? I'm finding it.
Like, what if I don't want to?
What if I don't wanna?
I don't wanna.
I love the 5% chance it doesn't
Mhm.
arrive. That's so funny.
That is the funny bit. Can sending be used to speak with the dead?
I guess that depends on if you consider them on another plane of existence.
That is the question.
It's a fun question.
5% chance that the message doesn't arrive. Right? Let me look that up. Let me just Google that.
But the name Pawa doesn't ring any bells for me, does it? I know nothing about this woman.
No. No recognition at all. Who's stranger?
The fuck was she looking at me like that?
That is what he's gonna ask you to say. So it's like, ask her why the fuck she's smiling like that.
Please.
According to conventions, if you were familiar with that creature, you can use sending to speak with them if they're dead. I do not qualify Remnant as familiar with Pawa.
Damn.
Not through that fun little 5-question ordeal.
No, definitely not.
Well, damn.
It's not like we sat down and had tea together.
I suppose.
Alas, we are running up on our time here. Templar reaches down, offering Vale a hand.
So, wait a moment, and then he'll take her hand.
Takes her hand. She pulls him into a hug.
He like head immediately just sinks into her shoulder, and just holds onto her.
Tommy also joins in that hug.
Remnant will stand and join.
Yeah.
Yay.
Supporting your boy.
She still considered you her ally and her friend.
Yes, that is comforting to know. It's also informative of the mindset of the pride.
Will only follow you. I suppose whoever this exiled is or the king.
That's gonna be a lot to think on. I should ask Cyrus for a joint.
How about we all have some drinks?
That works
Sounds
too.
like a good time for that.
Templar calls everyone to her room. Cyrus is one I don't think we have time for today, but I do want to have it with everyone present. So
Right, everyone. Dragon.
I mean, it don't. God.
whatever plans you have for this, I assure you I don't have those same plans. But I digress. We can hold off on that. If anything, we could have that be a little side RP.
Those happen.
Everyone is called to Templar's room. As you guys enter, there are shot glasses being poured, along with some other chasers laid out. She looks to all of you. We have a long list of individuals who are demanding some affection from us in different ways. Gift giving is one of the best ways to show it. So, I order you all to join me in going to the mall. We'll do some shopping. Perhaps we'll try on some clothes on each other, see if anyone has a particular eye for something they want to see on me. She smiles. All in favor?
What did both have to say?
Says try nothing.
Try anything. She laughs again at that. Perhaps in the fitting room. But first,
As long as I get to see on the blade.
we'll see.
The way Remnant rolls her eyes.
We will see. Now,
Waglet starts passing out shots to everybody.
yeah, shots. A bit of a pregame before we all set ourselves out and about. Loosen us a bit more to suggestion.
Sebastian scared the shit out of me.
I've been here the whole time.
Boo!
Yeah.
You realize me, the player, scared the hell out of me.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal todos? Shots? Just in time.
Shots.
Shots. Point to Tommy. Everyone
Yeah.
is given shots. He looks at it and says, "Hold on, am I driving?" "No, Fulani, actually. We can use one of the embassy chauffeurs. You should join us." "Yes, ma'am." Lifts up his shot.
Hell yeah. Glitch lifts up his up too.
You have all done splendidly. Helping me, helping Tommy. She kind of runs her hair through Tommy's hair, ruffling him a bit. Helping each other. I pray, and I will fight to ensure that these good times continue for our team. That means I have to fight each of you. So be it. I know at the end of that ordeal, we'll all be laughing together.
Wait, did you just... Hang on, sorry, did I just mishear? Wait, did you just say me and... Did you... Wait.
Pray. She said pray.
Oh, pray, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, because I
I was
also heard
wondering
pray and
why-
I was like, no, we just missed the pray. Cut out.
Yeah, no, my brain, like, when my brain was malfunctioning, it's like, what the fuck is this? My...
Missed a whole syllable.
Whole syllable, man. Yeah, my mic was cutting out a bit. let us get in the Christmas spirit and the holiday cheer, and let us go shopping together.
Na zdrowie.
Astrovia. Aaron chinks the shots. I also take my shot. Hana set.
Whee!
Down for a shot. Doesn't know if it's the kind that'll actually do anything for her.
Yeah, is that the kind that did we get special alcohol that'll actually affect me and Romnett?
Yes, she has Rook's Espinosa's vodka times 10, which has been crossed out, and now says vodka times 12 because his calculations were off.
We simply put we put an X on our shot glasses so we know which ones to use for that. Because that'll kill everyone else.
12. One of these shots is equivalent to 12 shots for a normal person because it just ignores poison completely. It's just a potion that will make you drunk.
Absolutely insane that we need that.
Yeah, we're built different.
Your livers are fucking beaming, bro.
For you, it would be equivalent to taking half as much of the alcohol because you're resistant, quote unquote. So it's like one of Rook's potions is 6 shots for anyone who's resistant.
Na zdrowie.
Go, go, go. Tink, 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 tink. Everyone puts their shots down. Does you chase. And we'll leave the session there.
Didn't even get to the damn shopping.
I know.
No, that's what these next 2 weeks are
These
for.
next 2 weeks
Text
are
her
for.
people.
Yes, I will bring you all to the
I
shopping
beg
map.
that we do next week.
Say again?
I beg that we do next week.
You want to play next
You're
week?
available for next week?
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
I mean, shit.
I mean,
Shit. Cough.
Playing next week?
Are you free next Wednesday?
Yes.
we do have another set, but we're just doing shopping, and you can just stop by after,
It's been cancelled.
No.
I do have my other Wednesday game. I don't remember what we're doing. I think we're in the middle of fighting.
You just show up after combat, am I right?
You know what I'm
Fighting is
saying?
never
You know
the
what I'm talking about?
I want to talk about
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Big smiles. Okay. So, disciplines. Mika, post your disciplines.
Without seeing them, I'm just saying honesty.
Yeah, I agree with the honesty.
Honesty.
Fully and absolutely.
Yeah.
Like honesty.
Yeah, man, my God told me to duff you, bro. I could have done it too. That shit right from me. I had my finger. I thought about it. I thought
considered
about
it.
it,
You
but
know, I
didn't.
really did.
Anything bugging you, Mika? Yeah, I want to kill you.
My God asked me if I wanted to kill you. I told her, nah, I'm good.
But just to let you know, she did
Well,
say
yeah, I
that
thought-
shit.
I thought you should know that
You
Omikami's
said
not
it with a
nothing,
full
bro.
chest, and I respect it.
No, truly.
I said, listen, Templar, the Omikami does not fuck with you. I don't know what you did to
the
piss her
Omi-
off. She
What?
does not fuck with you, simply put.
I would say
Yeah,
honesty and
It doesn't sound like it's
sincerity,
her. It sounds like it's
genuinely.
the future she might bring about.
You birthed a calamity.
Who knows? I'll do honesty and duty. I would say those two.
Your womb
Yeah.
is the subject of ruin.
I will give
God
you.
damn.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Damn.
Imagine she has this kid and they're in Bermuda, and that's the fucking agent name they choose. Calamity.
Calamity.
Oh, that's cool.
Kind of dope as fuck. I'm
And
not gonna
the
lie.
child isn't actually. Nothing's wrong with them. They just are called Calamity.
I mean,
Like a little
That's
cutie.
everything.
that's an accurate prophecy right there.
Yeah, I'm prophesied to just, bring about some kind of ruin. So,
Ruin.
I
that's
embrace
already
it,
taken.
I think it's bullshit, but calamity though.
By
But yeah, no, like,
majority rule, I will
The-
give Mika 4 disciplines for this session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so close to being below 40.
Next, we would do vices and virtues. Anyone trigger a vice? Anyone trigger a virtue? Usually, we should be calling these out when it happens, but I digress. I always forget.
That's hard too.
We never will.
Yeah.
We never will, but we can at the end.
It's probably because we're used to doing it at the end of Blackwood anyway.
Literally.
I think Mika procced Faith. She did. I think she procced Faith last time too, though.
I'll give her faith. I'll give her faith back. That is valid.
That's a hero point, right?
That's a hero.
Hero point.
Virtues are hero points. Vices are inspiration.
I don't think so for glitch.
Oh.
People.
Check.
Go ahead and check.
How do we feel about fortitude? Yeah, for me.
Good. You
Yeah.
You held so strong.
Stay strong, my king, my lion king.
What? Sam, I also want
What?
did Mika proc greed, do you think?
What was she greedy about?
Yeah, she wants all that position. She gets greedy.
She still wants that
Yeah.
position. Yeah, I also agree with that.
She's a greedy fuck.
I'll give you that because
I can see
you were also mad flirty with Templar too. I give her greed for that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She really wants that position.
Wait.
For sure.
Does Bulldog have a lust vice?
I put them on their bios. I put it on your character sheet bios, like front and center, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
Because I think he should, and he should
yeah,
deserve
oh, yeah,
it.
I don't think.
Thing
No. He does not have the lust vice. If I recall correctly, he has
Oh.
wrath and pride right now.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, his
I have
pride
lust.
is. He
He's
wants
very prideful in sex, though, so you know.
True.
I should have flirted more with Templar.
Hide.
Yeah, why
See,
aren't you?
I
I'm
would've-
so disappointed
Tired of
in you.
more of that? Tired. Fucking Tommy more of that?
Hey,
Flirt with me some more, please and thank you.
fucking poor Tommy. Everyone's wanting to fuck his mother.
I know. He's suffering.
except for Vale.
Except for Vale.
Except
But that's
for
because he's already
That's the
fucked
issue.
Vale.
that's not true.
But that's also not true.
Listen,
But...
I'm saying everyone wants to fuck Templar over Tommy. I'm saying for Vale, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think it may
Oh,
be
yeah, no,
Oh, over Tommy. Okay, yeah.
Crying and weeping and
Now,
sobbing.
Vale would have flirted with Templar more if we weren't real friends and talking about real shit. It's like,
Yeah.
No, yeah, I was too absorbed in the fucking baby talk.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to help.
Flirting
them
is
figure
for them
shit
all.
out. Yeah, for sure. The flirting can wait
Milo.
for them all. Facts.
Milo's terrified of her and he wants to fuck her because he thinks it'll make her less scary.
He's so
Aw,
valid for that.
He's so valid.
He's
for
so
that.
valid for that.
I didn't hear
He's
what
like,
you
if
said.
He's
if
terrified
he
of
fucks her,
her.
we'll be as scared of her.
If he fucks her, she'll be less scared.
like shit. If I see her moan, is she really that scary?
That's so valid. You're so real for that.
So real for that.
So what? I have a question. What are we doing in the side sessions?
Now, hold off on that.
Like, what's happening?
Vice and virtues. Getting sidetracked. We can talk about that after.
I think we agreed upon faith for Mika and fortitude for Vale.
I approve the
Yes.
faith. I approve fortitude. Anyone else? Going once.
Does anyone think I had hope?
Yeah, you had hope that
Did
you
I?
were gonna kill your mother.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Alfredo is in yes man mode.
I love it. I'm here for this.
I'm not sure.
I mean, we have no clue how strong your parents are. It could be very hopeful.
Damn.
Hey, he not wrong though.
I'm just asking the group.
I think it's a
I'd
little
say-
stretch.
Yeah, I say leaning on the stress side for hope.
Where the fuck is where?
Who or what did she press that like we're not gonna fall into despair? We're not gonna stop believing things are gonna work out.
Which she supported Vale. She was
Yeah, if anything,
Rep-
there's more so what it, yeah, that.
For Vale.
Yeah.
True. I agree.
even though she wasn't like a main actor, I think she was still.
Friday night shaking hands, like, yeah, absolutely,
Absolutely. All right. Hope approved by majority consensus. Take your hero points.
Aw.
I
Thank you.
think I was hopeful.
I do think Milo was quite hopeful.
I agree.
I
He
agree.
was.
Is that still your
Thanks.
virtue?
Yeah.
Damn.
We're working on
I
it.
don't know.
We're working
I don't,
on
know
it.
this, I don't know what this stuff is.
Avatar of light, purity, radiance, joy, and hope. You know, asterisk.
Cough. I barely know what my own shit is. Don't worry. You know.
I thought you changed something at some point, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm tripping.
I think
I
it's
begged Sam to add some stuff for me, so I got.
He's now
Yeehaw.
he's vice ridden, not virtue ridden.
Gotcha. That's what I was
And I'm
wondering.
playing for that
Vice
rap
Lord.
vice proc.
I'm waiting for that rat
Me
vice right too.
too.
Me too.
Vice president.
Give me something to fight.
Yep.
Milo's just gonna be walking through the mall, big like puffing his
Right on.
chest, flexed arms, stanced up, walking through the mall. Like, no, I'm waiting for some shit to pop up, yo. Someone look at me wrong right now.
I've got a full gift list for everyone.
Damn.
Not
Hell
even,
yeah.
not including their wished gifts, by the way. How are we going to divide that up, by the way? So make sure there's no.
So, I'll just say now, we're gonna do all the Christmas gifts at the Christmas party. It'll just be like, somebody go up, roll a die. I'll put all the gifts on a table. We'll roll a die, and then that person go forward, pick out a gift, and then open.
I got a bunch of gifts that aren't even on the table.
Yeah.
Wait.
I was hoping, we'll do the Christmas shopping, and then once shopping's done, you guys message me the gifts, and then I'll put them on the roll table.
Okay.
Okay, but like, let's say hypothetically the gifts are for particular people.
No, yeah, that.
Well, for the party.
Like-
as far as it's for the
like
party.
on-
Yeah. If it's for NPCs, when we get to the Christmas party, well, I'll just ask you, like, who did you get a gift for? And then we'll have that person react to your gift.
A million.
But, moving on. Vice virtues, going once,
I think we're done.
twice.
Yeah.
Sold! Awards!
Yeah.
We had
Are
no
you-
real
are you roll-
rolling. Yeah, so I'm gonna just give it for. Let's go for 3 RP awards. You think 3 RP awards? Is there an MVP?
Yeah. Vale gets first one.
What?
Is everyone in agreement with
Oh,
that?
yeah.
3 RPs or 2 RPs
Yeah.
and an MVP?
Yeah.
MVP. No MVP, just RP.
Just RPs.
3 RPs.
Just RP.
Number 1. Who's our first RP award?
Vale.
I think we have to give it to Vale.
2 votes for
Yeah.
Vale, 3 votes for Vale.
Hey.
Mika agree.
I need a 4th vote for Vale for majority.
Yeah, Vale.
Yeah. Thank
Majority
you.
rules.
agree.
Excellent roleplay. We're all very excited for the Zaki fallouts, and I'm very excited to make you suffer. Next, who is our next RP award? Displayed excellent roleplay. Their performance captivated you. Their performance was iconic.
Bulldog.
Bulldog, honestly.
Bulldog.
Oh, you God.
I was captivated.
I
I mean-
loved it. Every second.
I was here for it. The tipsiness hit me during the Milo RP, and I was like, fuck yeah. I'm here for this.
True.
Maybe we should give an unluckiest player to Cyrus.
No, fuck that.
Bro was just.
'Cause he didn't get to say anything this entire
No.
session.
Crying.
Mind you, he could have if he went first, but
Shay, you alive?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ah, nice, man. Good to hear you're alive.
Just checking in. Just Templar,
Just making sure you're good.
I'm surprised you're still awake.
checking your cubicle, making sure you're still at work.
Are we? Wait. Do we still have one? Do we still have one more RP left?
The
Yeah.
second RP goes to Milo, the majority rule. Third RP. Who is our
Thank
final
you.
RP award?
Okay.
They played their character truthfully. You felt that they exemplified a quality about their character that really stood out to you today. They captivated you. They entertained you. Iconic performance. Who was our
Meek was
last role
very
player?
good.
Mika.
Bees are very good. RP.
Yeah.
I can't vote for Mika because I didn't hear Mika's conversation.
Oh.
I cut
Well,
out.
let me
Oh,
just
bless.
in a single little phrase. Mika nearly procced fucking the soldier's wrath from constantly repeating the whole "yeah, you are
You're
gonna bring
so right.
over a calamity thing."
so right.
I heard
no-
that part.
I
no
played
thought
sides.
process to her own safety in that moment.
I was
Bro.
like, I keep hearing this word calamity. I have to. I kind of have to.
No, but I played it off so well though.
You did. No, it was accidentally covered up immediately after. 1000%.
You
She
gotta
listened to
be-
Tommy, and Tommy was grateful.
For sure. Well executed. Is that majority
Beat
rule,
win.
Mika?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take your RP award.
Yeah.
Excellently. done.
Thank you. She's gonna unwrap that present on Christmas.
Oh, Templar is looking forward to it. The way she was listen, she didn't look at Cordelia on her way out. She was looking at Mika on her way out. Like, hold on. Where is this energy? I don't get this energy from nobody.
You can't say that when half the party was flirting with you this entire time.
Listen,
Yeah, but they weren't given the same
they
energy.
were not
Okay.
giving me worship, which is exactly what
Oh,
I want. Except for mine.
That can change. That can change.
The way her perspective of Milo changed during this check-in, she's like,
Oh man.
is this what we're doing?
Wait, wasn't giving you worship. What the fuck was I doing?
Literally started off the whole thing with "Hello, my beautiful and wonderful commander," and
Trying
she's
too
like, "How are you doing today?" Hey,
Trying
Ty.
too hard.
And
My
ever
radiant.
inspiring.
She cares a lot for and is much more friendly with Ray, I'd say, than most others.
Oh,
But she's not
goof.
lusting.
That's a hard friend zone if I've
She's
ever
not
heard.
lusting after Ray.
She cares a lot
Sorry.
for him. She thinks of him as a great friend.
She's a great
God
friend.
damn it.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to keep.
I got to you
I don't-
first.
I don't want to keep Alfredo up, but I have a lot of questions, Sam.
Yeah,
So
that
I'm not
will
gonna-
end
I'm
the
gonna hold them.
session. Alfredo, you're more than welcome to stay if you still got energy just to chat.
I wanna hear.
Yeah.
I will briefly just sum up. If everyone's available next week, we could do the Christmas shopping. Just whole session of shopping. I'm down to get drunk again. High key, me personally. Just shop through those
Oh my God.
interactions. These Reetsars are the ones that will be escorting you because you guys are in a heavily, densely populated section. We'll probably split up a lot, and they need the extra security. So these are the Reetsars that accompany you for the Christmas trip.
All
And
Wait,
of them. It's just all of them. It's just all of them.
Oh, it's all of them.
the ones on the map in front of you
Yeah.
right now. After
Ezio, Alexander, Tatiana, Despair, Apex, Fareed, Gabrielle, Blizzard, and Elena. All of them.
We gonna sort this shit.
And then the week after that, we're doing a Christmas party. There's no more world events. So,
Allah.
Christmas party
Oh
comes
boy,
in. That is the
can't
next
wait
world
to
event
see
after
my
that.
sister.
Lots of people. There'll be lots of familiar faces at the Christmas party, I assure you. But yeah, that will conclude Hunter Killer. We'll pick it up next week. Maybe do some side RPs in between. Everyone in the stream,
Yeah.
thanks for watching.
Bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good night.